Okay, I have never played RuneScape 3 before. I have a bit of a ramble that I want to go on here about this game versus OSRS, so if you're watching in the future on YouTube, check the description for a time code to skip this. This will be a little bit longer, but don't have a ton of time here. I'd like to actually get started playing, so let me try to get through it as quickly as I can. So I've never played RS3 before. I didn't know about RuneScape when I was a kid. I first discovered this game about 4 years ago in like 2019 from Swampletics videos showing up on the front page of Reddit. Later that year, Chaos Factor, one of my viewers, put old school RuneScape on Subblock, and I got helplessly hooked on the game. I ended up doing a blind quest cape playthrough, which became a blind diary cape playthrough, which became a blind infernal cape and endgame playthrough that I'm still working on. I'll put a link to that in the description as well. After that, I ended up playing a group Iron account, and I made a Snowflake Iron account, and I played way too much of all three of the leagues that they put out. So I played an enormous amount of old school RuneScape, but never played it as a kid, only encountered it in my 30s. So what I want to focus on here is what I do know about RS3 going into this. I am going to list this as a blind playthrough of RS3, but obviously I've played a shitload of OSRS, so there's going to be stuff that I recognize from that game. So I do know about the Evolution of Combat update. I don't know any of the details, but my understanding is that Jagex was feeling pressure to make the game conform more to other MMOs at the time, especially World of Warcraft, and that they kind of crowbarred in a new action system that the player base was very unhappy with, that had more of an action bar economy like what's common in WoW. And this one isn't really a massive deal breaker for me. I don't like it. Like, I'm kind of mixed on it. I don't like action bars in general in MMOs. I think that they're sort of a false complexity. There's this like massive gulf between the designer fantasy of an action bar and how it's practically used. Like, the designer fantasy is, oh, you know, the player's gonna have all these options to do things at different times in the game, but in practice, the player base just optimizes the rotation that everybody does, and it's kind of a thing to keep you busy while you're moving in between mechanics and fights. So when I played OSRS for the first time, I was delighted by the fact that you just click on things and your character attacks them, and that all of the design space for boss fight design and raids is built around that simple interaction, as opposed to action bars. But that said, I am interested in seeing action bars in this game. I'm not, you know, completely philosophically opposed to them. I'm curious to see how it impacts the design space for the game. And then the other thing would be a deal breaker for me if it wasn't for Ironman mode. So I know that RS3 has microtransactions, that it has double XP weekends, that it has seasonal events, that it has dailies and things like that. Fortunately, it sounds like most or all of those are either disabled or mitigated by playing this game as an Ironman, which is what I'd like to do anyway. I think that trading in MMOs corrupts these games, and I've talked about that at great length in the 3-hour video essay I did on why I think RuneScape is awesome. I'm going to try not to repeat too much from that here. But I'm going to play as an Ironman anyway, and it sounds like that deals with most of my issues. As far as what I find objectionable about those things, I probably don't need to tell you what I find objectionable about microtransactions. I mean, I don't really have a hot take there that you haven't heard before. Capitalism is bad, and capitalism makes art worse. And I think even like capital G gamers who really like capitalism will admit that capitalism makes their games worse. So don't like microtransactions, that's fine. It seems like they're completely gone if you play as an Ironman. Really don't like double XP weekends though. Like, that's not a microtransaction thing, but it completely pops my bubble or my willingness to play a game like this. So I'm really glad to hear that those are apparently disabled. Like, I could be playing a game and having a ton of fun, and you tell me, hey, this Thursday, if you play again, I'll give you double XP. I will quit instantly. I hate that stuff, and I'll probably talk about why later. Seasonal events, it sounds like, are mitigated a bit for Ironman. I'm not the biggest fan of that. I don't like feeling like I have to log in to play. So I'm not super worried about those. Dailies are the thing that's really on my mind that I'm concerned about. It sounds like even for Ironman, dailies are still pretty important in this. I don't have any like ill will towards the developers who first invented dailies a long time ago. I understand why they did it. It was for good reasons. They were trying to let players who didn't have time to play their game very much feel like they could make meaningful progress within the few minutes that they could play. But I don't like the imposed structure that dailies put on games. I don't like feeling like I have to log in, and I don't like logging in and feeling like there's a list of chores I have to do before I can just play. To me, a huge strength of OSRS is the feeling that I can just log in and do anything, and it's probably reasonably productive, right? So I'm going to have to play this for a while to see if the dailies are enough of a burden to make me actively not want to play it. I'm hoping it's actually not that bad. That is most of the rant. Let's go ahead and get started with character creation here. I figure I'm just going to play as a hardcore Ironman on the assumption that I'm not really going to try to keep my hardcore status. If I lose it, no big deal. But I thought I heard somebody mention years ago that like hardcore, you lose items if you die. So if someone in chat can let me know that while I'm making my character, I guess I'll set it to regular Ironman for now. I did a lady character in OSRS, so I'll do a dude here. The change in the graphics is interesting. It's like, it looks like PS2 instead of PS1. I like that they've kind of kept that aesthetic instead of really trying to push it over time. I think I'll just randomize until I find something that looks good enough. I'm sure you can go and change this later, right? You'll be able to like reclaim randomization. You only keep your 3 most valuable items when you die. Okay, that's enough of a distinction, and it could be a catastrophic enough problem that I'll probably just play as a regular Ironman, since I'm not that interested. In OSRS, if you're going to roll as an Ironman, you may as well roll as hardcore, because why not? This guy seems fine. Done. What is your experience with RuneScape? Let's say I've never played before. Left click on Reginald to talk to him. Okay. Oh god. I've heard this game kind of has a nightmarish UI. I guess my guidelines for folks here in terms of backseating, if there's something like UI or settings related that I should know about, feel free to just say that without feeling like you have to censor yourself. But like, as far as recommending what content I should check out, I'd prefer to do that myself. If you guys want to talk about it in !hide, if you type that before your message, I can't see it, but chat can see it. Maybe if there's something you really think is crucial, discuss it in hide first. This is a nice opening so far. I really like this movement icon for when you click on a tile. There's actually a plugin in OSRS that gives you that exact thing. Right click on the logs. Oh, I don't have a tinderbox? That's interesting. Right on. Something to cook, the shrimp in the pond. And I don't have a net either. Okay. I could see them moving tools into like a tool bag or something. That makes sense as a natural change. I accidentally burned the shrimp. Well, I tried. That happens to everybody. I wonder if you're guaranteed to not burn in OSRS. I don't know if I've ever burnt it in the tutorial before. One of my issues with OSRS is that without adding a bunch of plugins, there's not a lot of player feedback that like your clicks are being registered. So I like the basic interface a bit better. Open the gate and it'll teach you about cooking. Okay. Can I make these go away? I don't think those are very helpful. Can I just click on them? Left click to travel to a location. Yeah, so like I had people saying this to me constantly in OSRS. They're like, dude, click on the minimap to go places. And like there's enough plugins in OSRS in RuneLite that you can like expand the zoom limit, and it's not really an efficient way to move around. Maybe it was a really long time ago, back in the day. I'm probably not gonna do that ever. I apologize in advance if you expect me to. Click on a range. Okay, so far this is pretty similar to OSRS. Okay, you just automatically fill the bucket. You need to use the bucket with the flour. Bake the bread on the range. Oh, that's kind of a cool crafting interface. I like the little progress bar. Heard this game has voice acting. I'm surprised there isn't any here in the tutorial. The game is relatively quiet, it looks like. Let me turn it up a bit here. Let me know if it gets too loud later. I don't hate the opening so far. This is fine. The UI is relatively clean. I was expecting it to be a nightmare. Open the quest list. Yeah. Yep. Find the adventure in the cave underneath my house. Oh, fancy lighting when you're underground. Jeez. Also a less comical number of copper ores here. 2 tin and 2 copper. Okay. What is with the progress bar? X4 damage. Critical swing. They're trying to make mining more interesting. I don't hate it. I guess it also kind of fundamentally makes it more AFK. Definitely slower than OSRS, but maybe that's just for this opening bit here. Oh, I see. That glowing mechanic, there's something similar to that in the Giant's Foundry in old school RuneScape. Why do I want to mine ore? Smelt. Store your mined ore in your metal bank and smelt ores into bars. Deposit the tin and copper ore in your backpack into your metal bank. Weird. Begin project. Huh. So I guess they've pretty significantly modified the way that stuff works. Look, the mining and structure. I guess smithing is kind of a lame skill in old school. Seems like it's an important candidate for a rework. Yeah, it's weird. Item is run out of heat, heated at a forge. Interesting. Oh, this is neat. I like this stuff. I think because I'm not coming at this with, like, any bias from having played RuneScape as a kid and being mad about the changes or being nostalgic for the way it used to be, I think I can just kind of, like, enjoy some of what I see as improvements. OSRS is a fork, actually, Viper. People see WoW Classic, and I'm kind of disappointed that WoW Classic is like an archival game. But with OSRS, they went back in time to a more favorable patch, and then have patched it completely differently in the years since then. Like, I think the actual server backup that OSRS is based on and the current version of OSRS today with years and years of updates are two completely separate products, just like this is a completely separate product from OSRS. I really hope that WoW eventually does the Classic Plus thing where they like pick a point in WoW's history, probably Wrath of the Lich King, and then fork it. Develop it with a new set of design philosophies. All right. Crown of Loyalty. Oh dear. Talk to the prayer instructor. Okay. How is the game audio, by the way? I turned it up a bit a second ago. Is it too loud? Prayer list. Does this game not have prayer flicking? I'm actually decent at prayer flicking. You start with 10 points. Interesting. Okay, thanks. Magic instructor. I'm already an Ironman, right? Is there anywhere I can go to confirm that? And I picked it when I was making my character, but this is where you have to do it in OSRS, so I suddenly got anxious about it. Airstrike. Home teleport to Burthorpe. Huh. That's a really interesting choice. Oh yeah, lodestones. I think these showed up in a couple of RuneScape leagues, OSRS leagues. They don't require me to actually kill the chickens with Windstrike there. Okay. I wonder why they moved it from Lumbridge. That's an interesting choice. I kind of like the skill cap from prayer flicking, but at the same time, I understand if they added a bunch of new things here. Ooh, cutscene. I'm sure you have other tools to manage resources like prayer. One thing I'm worried about that I didn't cover in my ramble, I'm hoping that the gap between like a very efficient on-meta player and a reasonably efficient, somewhat savvy player isn't massive. In old school, like a crazy, EHP player is maybe twice as fast or top end like 3 times as fast as a reasonably savvy one. And I'm worried that like it's very possible to misplay horribly in this game and waste hundreds or thousands of hours. Adventure. We talked to Turiel. Immediately talked to the Slayer Master. Okay. Trolls are the enemy in Burthorpe. Call to adventure. Okay, so paths are different than quests. Are paths like traditional World of Warcraft style quests, where it's just kind of like a quick little task? Go catch and cook yourself plenty of crayfish. Burn logs. Okay. The UI is massive. Is that a setting somewhere that I can adjust? I don't need it to be this big. A little bit much. Oh, there's way more options now than I could see before I started the game here. Is it UI scaling? That's probably fine. I think you guys, I know I have it in a smaller window on stream, but can you still read everything from there? Yeah, it's huge. Oh, thanks. You can resize individual nodes. It's interesting that they changed the way health works, that 10 constitution gives you 1,000 HP. I think it's kind of charming in old school RuneScape that you have like such small numbers. It reminds me of playing like Dungeons and Dragons, but I understand why they changed it. I don't think that that's a deal breaker for me. Catch 12 of these, which is fine. So I'm still nursing a cold. I'm gonna have to mute to cough occasionally. Do I have like a tool bag or something, or do you just not need tools to do actions anymore? Backpack, magic book, familiar. Foreign equipment, skills. You take to fishing like a salmon to water. Okay. Light logs, make a fire. Oh, I see. Hey, cooking level. But they kept some of the sound effects. They're pretty iconic. I really like the inventory sprites too. I feel like they put some kind of like smoothing effect on them. Or maybe they scale with the inventory scaler and it's not like nearest neighbor. Gameplay interfaces. Yes, please continue to tell me about stuff like that. Smooth headers, you said? Faces. Walk markers, one button gameplay. Appearance. Slim headers. I'm probably going to putz with that a lot if I keep playing RS3 off stream, which is likely if it doesn't do anything that makes me really hate it. I will spend a few hours looking at all the settings, but I'd rather not do that on the live stream since time is limited here. But if there is something in that menu that you think is like really necessary to enjoy the game, please let me know. So I think that mechanic earlier is you have to do a certain amount, you have to like fill this bar to get an ore, and then sometimes individual ores will glow gold, which gives you a big bonus for swinging on it. Is that how that works? So this feels like this is just like a second tutorial, right? Sinkhole is going to spawn in 10 minutes. Just pretend like that's not happening. Tool belts. Okay. I think that's fine. I think if they added it to OSRS, it would be the cool way to do that in OSRS would be to require you to do like something neat for each thing that gets added to your tool belt, right?
Burthorpe needs weapons, and we miners.
Oh my god, voice acting.
You want to help out?
Let's keep doing this. I'm very grateful for Ironman. What was the timeline on that? Did they add Ironman to this after it was a feature in old school RuneScape because it was popular there? I was joking in Discord that I wish they would add like Steelman, like really turn things off, turn off every seasonal event, right? Right, deposit in the metal bank, smelt bronze bars, begin projects. It's interesting that they basically do the tutorial twice in a row here. I guess it's not a horrible new player experience because it reinforces them. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, same with Ultimate Iron Man, right? That was like a YouTuber came up with that as a self-imposed restriction, and then they put it in the game officially. You see me suddenly trail off mid-sentence because I'm about to cough horribly. Smith melee armor, forged by your own hands. Your reward has been added to your backpack, 7 bronze bars. That's not bad. I want to make a full suit of armor. Why not? I kind of like this player direction stuff, and you said that all these paths are completely optional. Oh, I can deposit noted bars into this? That's... it's an interesting choice. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess the core gameplay of running back and forth from a bank isn't the most interesting thing in the world. So does this automatically have all 4 bars or 5 bars locked up in it? Yeah, I suppose that's true. I have to analyze everything about this game that's different from OSRS and be like, do I immediately dislike this because it's different or because it's actually worse? I think a lot of the times the answer is that it's different. I don't hate it, actually. Bronze ore box. Sure, that makes sense. It's a neat mechanic. So I think I've heard that run energy in this game is like wildly different. I thought I had heard that you just straight up have infinite run all the time. Bronze ore box stores 100 copper and tin ore, and the backpack only has 28 spaces. Oh, okay. So maybe that's another... this isn't something I really knew about this game. I've heard about, was it the pack yak and summoning is like an entire huge portable bank that you carry around with you. I'm not philosophically the biggest fan of that concept, because something I really enjoy about old school RuneScape is how crucial the like 28 inventory slot economy is to playing it. I guess it's not a super deal breaker if the whole game is built around giving you rune pouches for everything, but... yeah, that makes sense. Making each individual item feel more meaningful. That seems very reasonable. I've heard people pitch resting as a solution in old school. I just recently got a friend to try old school RuneScape, and the run energy problem is a big turnoff for a lot of people, which makes sense. Oh, that's super weird. So your mining progress carries over across different rocks? Are the nodes totally instanced as well? I can't wait till it stops, like, holding my hand for this. I think it slows down the interface whenever that happens. Should make agility free to play, and they should put a agility course in Lumbridge, because like having to go all the way to Treenome Stronghold is very special. Damn straight. It's kind of neat that the level ups happen, but oh, thanks. Thanks, Puppet. The level ups happen, but they don't interrupt action. That's kind of cool. Plate legs. Smith a suit of melee armor. 2 more bronze bars. How to safely store your items in a bank. Gives me a very small amount of money. I think even just being able to like right-click rest and stop is not terrible. Here to close your bank. Okay. Venture into the domain of the trolls. Oh, I love doing that. As you attack, you gain adrenaline. When you come out of combat, your adrenaline slowly drains to 0. Okay. Special abilities require 50% adrenaline to activate and spend 50% adrenaline when activated. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's not exactly WoW and Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2 and every other game generic cooldowns. Yeah. Slaughter has been added to your action bar. Okay, but I still feel like I'm just gonna like do that every time it becomes available, right? I don't hate it so far. I gave my initial thoughts at the beginning. Dragged cooked food onto the bar. Pff. I've heard people pitch like being able to light a fire and rest at a fire to at least make fire making less useless. Bring a tinderbox and some logs whenever you're having to run long distances. I mean, it's not a great solution, but it could be worse. Eat troll chuckers. Okay. Oh, does it actually still just degenerate to point and click combat? That's interesting. Path unlocked prayer. See, that's what bugs me about these in general, just the feeling that like action bars degenerate to the way that old school RuneScape combat works anyway, just with extra steps, right? You can maintain your adrenaline by fighting enemies more quickly, I guess. Is that thing automatically getting used without me activating it, or do I have to like press a button to do it? Oh, is there like loot vacuum in nearby area? That's interesting. I guess that's pretty similar to WoW. Turn tutorial. Fire making is the silliest skill in any video game. I can't believe it's real. And I can't believe these fucking old school RuneScape players have the audacity to bitch at Jagex about whatever new skill they're adding when fire making exists in that game. Picking your nose could be a skill in old school RuneScape and it would still be old school. Everybody needs to chill out. Ready to move on. Attacks, gain adrenaline. Basic abilities. Okay. Automated ability firing system called Revolution. So it literally just does the rotation for you? Okay. I guess it calls the whole thing into question, right? It's one of those bubble popping moments, like, wait, if we're just gonna do that, then why don't I just click the enemies? I guess maybe there's some design space in like the order in which you place the abilities, in case you really want one to happen first, even if the other one's off cooldown earlier. Maybe there'll be some combats later where it matters. Drag abilities from your ability book to your action bar. Drag the eat food ability. Constitution ability book. Yeah, okay. I guess that actually seems like it could be helpful. The idea of having ability books for skills is kind of neat, though. I guess it gives you some more interesting things to unlock on your level up path that are probably, they just degenerate to you do more DPS, but it is a little boring, I'll admit, to look at the skill guide in OSRS and see basically nothing for most skills for most levels, right? Armor, everything, milestones, dungeoneering abilities. Yeah, okay, all right. It's different, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. This does seem like this is like a completely different product from OSRS. Standing near a bank makes you heal faster? What? Alright. Dismember. Weak points. Sever. Backhand. So basic abilities operate on that. Can I put Slaughter on there too? Like, why wouldn't I, right? If it's off cooldown and I have the threshold for it. No, it does not. OSRS, you have to click on the food in your inventory. What does the rotating circle thing do? I need guidance. Okay, that's neat. So what does it want me to do when it says explore my abilities? Does it want me to add more stuff here? That's fine. It really wants me to do something else to progress this path. Oh, that's kind of cool. There's a like an in-game loot tracker. Powers. Melee abilities. I don't know if this bar like actively changes. What does putting a prayer on this bar do? Assume it doesn't like activate it automatically, right? All right, well, I've attempted to explore my abilities, but I don't know what the next step is. So I might just cancel out of this and move on. Wealth versus prayer. Yeah, I talked to him and it doesn't do anything. Oh, I guess it because I needed to heal before. I think that the you need to heal text was overriding the path text, I see. They have a cave troll, cute. Oh, and there's like guidance, I didn't notice that before. That's like a formal mechanic. I thought that was just unique to the tutorial. Does that apply to like quests as well? Is there effectively an in-game quest helper then? All right. How's this go? I like this revolution system. I'm glad I don't actually have to activate my abilities. You got it, Spiky. Is the time penalty for eating in combat been significantly reduced? It's pretty crazy in old school. Oh, is it not getting a chance to activate because everything else is happening first? I see. Massive overhead swing. Okay, I'll fix it after the fight's over. Morningstar's bones. And yeah, he ate a mace. That's cute. I think one of my favorite suggestions on the old school subreddit is that there's a tool leprechaun in Weiss, one of the troll villages, and people were suggesting that it be replaced with a troll named tool leprechaun. I think that would be great. All right, so I'm guessing the way they gave it to me at the beginning tries to put the... you probably want the low cooldown thing to be all the way to the right. Okay, I understand now. Eating consumes adrenaline. Oh, that's interesting. 3 rabbit sandwiches. Thanks, man. Take this Slayer collection log. Keep track of your rare drops from Slayer monsters. I guess I'll keep doing these paths. You know, the thing I like about RuneScape is the self-direction aspect, but this is an option. I like that they're careful to give you like 3 things here, you know, because it kind of preserves the feel of being able to do whatever you want. Practice your melee attacks. Defeat troll chuckers. Why not? Sure. So I guess in situations like this, these both consume threshold. I guess that uses 50% versus 100%. Both have the same cooldown. If I put this on my bar, go here, that there. I guess the rest of the order doesn't matter as long as the 3-second thing is at the end. I assume that stuff that has a longer cooldown is more valuable, but maybe that's an incorrect assumption. Okay. Troll chuckers. I kind of like the adrenaline system. Kind of neat. It's like, it's almost a reward for playing more attentively with combat. But I imagine you can still play slow and it's fine. In my 3-hour video essay about this game, I described one of the big benefits of this as being a game about attention calibration, that you can give it as much attention as you want, or as little, and still make pretty meaningful progress. So more situations where you can kind of manage attention is cool. This will probably be up tomorrow, but there'll be a VOD on Twitch right away if you want to wait to watch it on Twitch. You don't want to wait for it to be on YouTube. I feel like my main objective would have to be cleaning up the UI a little bit. I guess I can just shrink it more, but I want to make sure you guys are able to see it, you know? Change the revolution size. So does this loot box just check all the loot that's currently near me, basically? Tick delay for burying bones is pretty comparable. Probably should have saved those to put it on an altar, but whatever, I don't want to think about it right now. It's weird not having to actually pick things up. Hotkey the loot window to a button. Total level 50 milestone. Neat. I guess one thing is a very minor complaint, but I think the current level up interface, I think the way that it works in old school, where it like literally interrupts what you're doing, makes it clearer that a good thing has happened. But if you were a brand new player and didn't know what this game was about, there's so much going on the screen that I don't think it calls enough of attention to it. Maybe that gets fine once you get used to it. I'm just mad because it's different. Rabbit sandwich. I've been complaining so far. The stuff I'm mainly worried about is dailies. Everything else is just a different product from OSRS. Okay. Prayer skill. Pray at the altar. Yeah, the also fonts on right-click menus and nothing else. Burthorpe is pretty much unrecognizable. Like, the tutorial island looked almost identical. I can shrink this menu, right? Just trying to like have less crap on the screen. I can minimize this when I don't care about it. I think I can do too much with this to make it smaller, right? So this is just showing all the actions that I have so that I can move them onto the revolution bar, or these are different bars for button presses for later, I guess. I think that's as small as I can make that guy. Probably don't need chat open at all. I don't know if I can minimize it. Okay. Just not going to worry about it. Chat log is pretty important to monitor in old school, but here maybe not so much. I kind of want this to stretch further to the left, but maybe there's just not room for it. Okay, that's too much. Just stretch it like this. Okay, that's better. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this kind of thing, but I do want the game to be less cluttered. I already have full prayer points. Oh, do I have to like actually activate a prayer to make it go away? Huzzah! Buy items and sell items from shops. Yeah, how small can I make things here? It's weird having a scroll bar. I don't like having this much control. Try working with that, I guess. Oh, that's nice. It's this guy down here. Corporal Booth. I like to trade. You just scroll to see more. Left click on items. Buy or take. Shops generally work the same, I assume. Like if you sell stuff, the price to continue selling gets worse and worse the more it has in stock. Take. Okay. Complete the shop tutorial. Neat. Equip those, save myself some bank space. Grimy Terramin. Okay. So do I still need to do Druidic Ritual to unlock Herblore? How reasonable is it to play this game entirely with the mouse? Craft a short bow. Weird flax, but okay. Oh, okay, for bowstrings. I see. Right, this time they're not giving me an indicator, so I guess I can try checking the map and see if it shows me where flax is. Different map icons. Turn on your current position. Okay. I search flax. Oh, I see. Right on. I know there's the one all the way by Catherby, but that's a long walk. They've definitely completely redone Burthorpe. Like, there's a couple things here that look vaguely familiar. Finally unlocked some flax on my restricted iron account the other day. I get it from the beekeeper random, but it was nice to just have access to it normally. This game get rid of random events? I kind of found those charming. Alright, we use this with this. Whip a short bow. Something with my new bow. Okay, click for guidance. Gotcha. I don't want to get too used to that. I should be able to find things on my own. It's not terrible at the beginning, though. Well, that's nice of them to tell you. Oh, is there, like, did they hide the penalties somewhere? Deposit something into your bank before we proceed. Backpack unavailable. Weird. Price checker, wealth, currency pouch. Oh, does this show me that my gear has a stat penalty? Equip for range combat. So does this game still have safe spotting? That was one of those things that when I was playing old school for the first time, I was absolutely shocked by. And I'm really amused that all of RuneScape is built around the assumption that safe spotting is a thing that's fine. I guess we're gonna shoot some cows through a gate, huh? That's cool. Alright, so do I automatically have a separate revolution bar for each attack style based on my currently equipped weapon or something? These cows are going down way faster than OSRS cows. Some enemies will path to you. Okay. Right on. Love, that was fun. Can I kill some more cows? All right. I really like this adventure path thing. They put something similar to this in old school. I don't know. This is kind of a nice introduction for a new player. And I think it was a really smart choice to give you like 3 at a time and have you pick one. Also, it's more opportunity for like the people that write the quest names and stuff to make really lame puns, which I feel like if you were born, if you're the kind of person who likes making lame jokes and puns and dad jokes, like you live in the best age in history because you can just like write quest names for video games.
Oh, don't worry. I'm trying to learn about runes from Mistress Carwin. It's a fascinating subject.
That's really quiet. I wonder if I can adjust that somewhere. Settings, audio, voiceover. Okay. that should be fine.
So many runes.
It's still pretty quiet, but it's better.
Don't worry. I'm trying to learn about runes from the...
I need runes. 3. I guess you get a comparable number of free runes from the mage tutor in old school. Chop down a tree. Collect wool by shearing sheep. I guess I just have shears in my tool. Okay. It's a decent chance I'll end up continuing to play this off stream. I'd have to really encounter something deeply objectionable to not want to play it. It seems like a different enough game that I'm kind of curious to see what some of the in-game stuff looks like, and I'm definitely curious to see the skills that aren't in old school. Archaeology, Divination. Yeah. Strips of cloth at a loom? What? What game am I playing here? We're not just going to exist in a state where magic equipment is awkward and bizarre, and there's barely any stopgaps. I guess they tried to fix magic gear with that wording skill proposal, right? But it failed. Trade. Oh, there's a new quality of life feature in RuneLight that I'm going to go crazy not having. You can hold shift right click, and you can like set the left click options for every NPC and action in the game, and it's amazing. You can like make it so that you always left click trade people, or that you walk here on enemies you never want to attack. Craft a wand. No kidding. Alright, wand to get. Let's do armor first. I kind of like that there aren't plugins. Like, you know, I enjoy... Oh, shoot. That was a mistake. Shouldn't have said craft all. I use all the plugins in old school RuneScape. I don't think that they're, like, terrible, but it does mess with my sense of developer intent. I guess it's nice that Jagex, like, formally approves them, reviews each one. That helps. I hate, like, what has happened to WoW with add-ons, where everything is just, like, world of add-ons, right? Cue the excellent Dan Olson video about paratext, why it's rude to suck at Warcraft. Get these. Yeah, that's been nuts. Maybe they could do some kind of middle ground thing where they can create... I don't know. I was gonna say if they worked with players and had players help them include stuff, but... I gotta do loom again, right? Theoretically, there's limits to what you can do with mods and WoW, but not really. Wizard robe, which I need another strip of cloth. Okay. I need more wool. I got confused. Yeah, Square Enix has the problem now where like everybody uses fucked up DPS add-ons and they don't want to add a DPS tracker for very good, like, philosophical reasons, but they can't stop players from doing it. And so now they have to design content around the presumption that people have it. That's a fucking nightmare.
surprised how much the people of Burthorpe
That video
rely on
from Dan Olson about how, sorry, the game pointing me to specific NPCs keeps throwing me off, about how Paratex kind of destroyed Warcraft. That, like, just the knowledge of how threat works made threat boring. That it was kind of an interesting mechanic when people didn't exactly know the math behind it. That it kind of had to be like a vibes thing to work. And once you remove the vibes and turn it into math, everybody hates it, and everyone's just clamoring for it to be effectively removed. This is taking me the longest because there's nothing like this in old school. You get your wizard robe as a drop, and then you don't replace it for like 40 levels or something stupid.
You would be surprised how much the people of Burthorpe rely on crafted goods.
Oh, that's really funny, Spiky. Just pulls a ton of aggro. I like the colors on the magic robe set. Kept that looking good. Alright, I will do Way of the Wizard. Let's do leather crafting real fast. You still need to tan hides with an NPC, which is interesting. Oh, she just does it. Okay. Alright, I have the needle on me. Let's make a cowl. Not make a bunch of cowls. Craft a suit. Leather body. Chaps. Sweet. Right. In the Art of Magic Combat, complete your first Slayer task. That sounds great. Let me also stop at the bank, question mark? This path thing is great, but it is like giving me insane tunnel vision. I can talk. Can I set my default to all? Okay, good. That's what I want. Hello. Yeah, I wish old school would have personalized shop stocks, at least for Ironman. Shopscape is kind of a nightmare. Take a look at your magic abilities. Explore your spell book. Target is bound or stunned, do more damage. Oh, this is so much more work than Wind Strike. Okay. These all just use adrenaline. Huh, so can I train combat without runes? It's interesting you don't use mind runes anymore. Gelatinous abominations. Spiked gauntlets from my shop. Okey-doke. Yeah, I'll continue to record for YouTube. I probably won't record literally everything. If I do that, I don't have hard drive space for it anymore with the quality I record at now, but I'll do clips like I've been doing with Bonfire Man. Get task from Turiel. Enchanted gem. It's nice of them to like introduce you to Slayer right away. Slayer it's an interesting skill, right? Because it's like, it's basically just a very extreme version of those bare-ass quests from WoW. I made the point in my video essay that like the word quest in most MMOs really just means minor task, but the word quest in old school RuneScape is like, you know, the quest to get rid of the ring, throw the ring in Mount Doom, right? Like it's a set of tasks that lead to a big exciting conclusion at the end. But Slayer is like a really extreme version of a bare-ass quest, but it's one of the more interesting things in old school.
The creatures here are very unusual. I don't think they have a
Are they Slayer task only, maybe?
I'm Ariane, by the way. An adventurer and sorceress.
Monster Hunter.
Really? What monsters have you hunted?
Is my character a goof like in old school? I like old school's comedy a lot. It's got a good sense of humor.
We can slay them together.
Feed enough gelatinous abominations, complete your assignments. So is the basic revolution thing they gave me here reasonable enough? I'd like to dive into combat complexity, but I don't really want to spend the like cognitive load on thinking about it here. Oh yeah, I need to do something to kill this, right? I have to like hit it with my... It's not like a rock hammer on gargoyles, right? Okay, just trust the Revolution. Is Revolution going to put new abilities on the bar automatically? Or is that something I have to manage? I just prefer not to spend any brain power on it right now. Okay, cool. I guess that explains how they were able to add a legacy combat mode. Where is that if I wanted to try it? Do you put yourself at a disadvantage? Do you like do worse DPS if you're doing legacy combat? You only need to click once. Shut up. Don't you dare. I'm gonna end up posting so many memes about this game in Discord, I think. That's actually a good pop-up to put, but it's like the RuneScape equivalent of, do you need help? Yeah, so the players, there's just a meta rotation that everybody uses like any other MMO, and you just kind of find what that meta rotation is. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying in my opening rant. It's fine. I get it. I know why they include them. I'm sure there's some fights where it's distinguished in some way. I had more to do down here. Whoops. So I just have to actually look, don't I? You have left the starting zone. Like that one tile? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning, that I think OSRS, where you just click on them and then you auto-attack them, is what all MMO combat essentially degenerates to, except you've got some busy work. It's even more true if Revolution's a thing. Confuse the shielded troll. Interesting. So I don't have the relationship to my inventory that I usually expect. Am I getting magic XP if I'm not actively casting spells from the spellbook? Or do I have to like cast wind strike like extra damage or something?
Such raw power!
That uses mind runes. Interesting. To like lure him out of his... I'm trying to cast Confuse. There it goes. So you can train magic without spending any money on runes. Well, give me some talismans. That's interesting.
Thank you. I couldn't have defeated that shaman alone. Now he's dead. He won't be making any more of these things. The ones that are left should be confined to the cave and won't pose a serious danger to Tavali.
That was fun.
Indeed. There are many more mysteries in Gillinor deserving my attention, so I'll take my leave. I'm sure we'll meet again. Farewell.
That's interesting. So the abilities trigger, but you're required to occasionally spend a rune and cast a spell. Introduction to the agility skill. Hell yeah. I spent many hours on agility at the beginning of my old school playthrough. Oh, these are kind of neat. To Lumbridge. Yeah, why not? Let's do agility. Burthorpe agility course. Okay, way north. Yeah, magic is odd. I get how this works for the other skills. So because of the wildly faster and run energy region, is agility mostly a shortcut skill in this, or have they found something else for it to do? I love the painted arrows. I promise I won't do this for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I'm pretty alarmed about what the pack yak or whatever can do. I think the way the inventory is balanced is super crucial. And I'll do one more lap. Introduction to farming would be nice. It's a very difficult thing to try to get into farming in old school. Oh, that's interesting. They had to come up with something for it to do, I guess. All right, that's the first thing I've done that feels basically identical to the way it works in old school. Let's do farming. Why not? Trade with head farmer Jones. Yak track task list. I'll worry about that later. So far, the likelihood that I'll keep playing this off stream is very high. I haven't encountered anything that is really like made me want to bounce off yet. I imagine I'm probably not even going to start to encounter things like that until quite a bit later anyway.
The war effort in Burthorpe.
I need farming supplies. Free potato seeds. This patch is just for potatoes. Interesting. That's different. Whoops. You're gonna give me instant compost here? Okay, I already did that. Oh, it's mad at me now. Okay, hold on. These are relatively cheap. Oh no, I'm sorry. Shouldn't have gotten ahead of myself. All right, I guess I'll just let those grow. Okay. Yeah, the free handouts are smart. I think that was a good choice. Get a free bird snare. I think I just have to wait for my old one to grow and then plant another set, which is fine. I'll get more farming XP. Does this game have any way to alert you to when your farming patches are available? That, like, was night and day for me with farming being tolerable when they added the little timer plugin and the ability to see, like, what's been composted and how close it is to another growth step. Free handouts or dailies? Oh no. I guess you kind of have that in, like, Puro. You can get a certain number of impling jars per day. Remember, Hunter confused me when I first started playing because there's no clear indication that you, like, did it right. I guess that's true here as well. 10 red feathers, okay. Now let's try Herblore. We go down to Taverley. Farming is the closest thing that old school has to a daily, and it's like real-time gated content. I don't mind it because it's presented with options in the ways that you can train it, and there is like an active option in the form of Tithe Farm, which is the worst thing ever. Although apparently it's significantly less bad as of today. They just made Tithe Farm more tolerable.
Needs every advantage it can get, and the power of Herblore is quite an advantage. Would you like to learn its secrets?
Oh, I don't have to do Druidic Ritual anymore? Interesting. Sounds like it's awesome now, Chaos, with the changes they made. I think their changes fix most of my issues with it. Something that's really important to me, there's a lot that I love about this game, RuneScape in general, but one of them is just how, like, pick up and drop it is, that you can play RuneScape for like 15 seconds and then stop and it's fine. And Tithe Farm stood out as an exception to that rule because the way it used to work, like once you committed, you'd better fucking finish, right? Or you're going to have a really bad time and you better stay fully attentive during that period. Introduction to summoning. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Tithe Farm sounds great now. Gold Charm. I don't know what summoning is. Like, I understand it generally. Infuse pouch at the obelisk. Summon wolf pouch. Lasts for 16 minutes. Huh, okay. That's kind of neat. Renew points to recharge summoning points. So summoning points are a distinct resource like prayer. Ah, okay. All right, well, that's kind of cool. If the whole game has been rebuilt around it. I guess my fear that's kind of hard to complain about in my first episode is like, how has all this new content degenerated stuff in the game, right? Or degenerated is the wrong word. How has it deprecated things? Is there content that's completely uninteresting and trivial now because they've added so much power creep and stuff that you can't go and experience it the way it was originally intended when it was released? You know, obviously OSRS isn't immune to content deprecation. There are certainly situations where stuff is dead and there's no reason to ever do it, which I think is part of why people are so attracted to restricted iron accounts, because they sometimes actually have to do that weird stuff. But nevertheless, it still just makes me sad whenever a video game deprecates its own content.
The war effort in Burthorpe takes a...
Okay, he's just looking after it. I'll just wait then. That's part of what turns me off virtually all MMOs, actually. Just that they're willing to throw out their whole game constantly in order to attract new players. It's like you only have a limited window in which to enjoy the game as it's intended, and then it's gone forever. Really bums me out. Okay. Taverley Pier, south, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's really, I feel like that's a massive part of the draw of Snowflake accounts, is they end up being in situations where some piece of content that's terrible is really useful. Like right now in my Bonfire Man account, it's really, really useful for me to go to the dig site and sift through all the soil, because you get broken armors that you can repair on a armor stand in your POH to get plate bodies, which are worth a ton of bars in the Giants Foundry minigame. And it's like horrible for any other account. That you would never do that on another account. You just go mine and make some bars. So there's this cool little piece of content of like sifting for things that literally no one does. Daemonheim. I've heard about Dungeoneering. I've heard people talk about it negatively as though it's a minigame disguised as a skill. And I think people have said that the Gauntlet is OSRS's version of this. I don't know, I guess we'll see. Yeah, the run energy, I would have been out of run, like, right as I left the opening area. It's way faster. Claim a ring of kinship. Oh, the wilderness. Interesting. Oh, really? That's weird. Can I, like, freely port back there now because of the whole lodestone thing, or do I have to be at a lodestone to use lodestones? Okay, hold on. I kept that iconic animation. All right, maybe I was supposed to get a ring or something before I went there. Do you need to do this as a group, or can you do it solo? Another thing that I like about RuneScape is how soloable, like 95, 99% of the game is. I guess, like, how would I even do it with other players? Can I, like, only go with other Ironmen or something?
I seek heroes to assist.
You help me?
I seek
The ring of
heroes
kinship
to
that I
assist us in
need?
the siege of Daemonheim. Will you give us?
What is Daemonheim?
Far to the east lies a dungeon complex, which is the source of a dark and strange power.
It's almost inaudible even in my
We are
headphones. I
helping
know
bands
it's
of
probably worse
heroes
on stream.
explore this complex to unearth
Let me
and
check
build
one more
messages.
audio thing here, maybe it can help. No, I already have the max volume up. Whatever.
I seek heroes. Far to the we are helping.
I have it maxed in game. So have I already done this wrong, or is there someone else I'm supposed to talk to here? And the arrow is sending me to leave again. It's really weird. Okay, so where is the entrance of the dungeon? I had to run really far last time and I couldn't find it. Up here? Okay, gotcha. Maybe the arrow's just like confused for some reason. Posit all this shit. Engineering tutor. Okay, there we go. Right click on the ring of kinship and choose teleport to Daemonheim. Okay. Open party interface. Because they want you to understand how that works. This tutorial is a little jankier than the other ones. See the party on dudes achievement. Oh, I can't take anything in there? Okay. Makes sense. Maybe just because this one's more complicated, but it's interesting that they like... Dismiss your follower first. Worf? Is that in like a different menu here? Features, upgrades, hero, familiar, dismiss. Hard mode, party size, small dungeon. Combat only, armor and weapons allocated, no shop stock. Okay, so this, I can see why people compared the gauntlet to this already, just from what we loaded in with. Enter the dungeon. In the starting, you find a smuggler to trade with, some starting supplies, your inventory. There's no time limit here, though, like there is in Gauntlet. Find out more about an item used on the smuggler. Okay, that's interesting. Do you get real combat XP in here? Proto leather. Verb. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It feels weird that you can just get free magic XP, right? Because, like, I'm guessing they give you these runes when you come in. Thanks. You get reduced rates. Yes, that's also a problem for me, Retro. Can't open that. That's the exit. Guardian door. This is a bunch of food. Spiders. More clears per hour is more XP per hour. For attack, I probably want to switch to. Did they get rid of attack styles? Am I like automatically getting both attack and strength XP? Everything is shared. Way too much food. Yeah, that's always stressful, Chaos. Games like this, you're always forced to just rush. It's nice that it sounds like it's all soloable. Has it been soloable from the beginning, or did they have to like manually retool it for that? Like fully soloable? Like what was the difference in XP rates between somebody soloing it and doing it in an efficient group? Like that's another thing that I like about old school, that if you solo Temporos or Wintertot, you're getting better XP and better resources. Like the trade-off is that if you do a mass world, it's like brainless, right? But you have to think more when you do it solo. Stay on shared for now. This is kind of cool. I don't think Gauntlet is a great substitute for what this is so far. So do you get Dungeoneering XP for completing an entire dungeon, or am I actually getting XP as I kill stuff as well? Sure, prepared for a challenge. Protect from range. Yeah, I just loaded in. Glad they made that change to Gauntlet today too, so I don't have to use that external tool anymore to track attacks. Oh, it switched to protect from melee, I see. Gotcha. Kind of miss the 0 numbers splashing. Kind of helps me to tell when something is going wrong. This place is like super easy combat wise just because it's a level 1 dungeon. Curious Chronicle. Praise be to Zamorak. Proceed to the next floor. Okay. So did this come out before EOC? I've heard that there's a lot of like, but for the grace of God, arbitrary things that are missing from old school RuneScape because the arbitrary 2007 backup they had was right before it, right? That's interesting. Didn't die at all. Wasted food by overeating. Interesting. Can I reach complexity level 2? Guess I want to read. Can I leave at any time? Okay. Ladder. Don't see it marked. Stairs on a wall. I feel like I need to turn up the base brightness of this game a little bit. Is there like a gamma setting somewhere? Here we go. Looking for the stairs. Y'all, I think I'm blind, unless if you see it. Oh, dungeon exit, okay. Just a literal door. Right on. That's neat. Alright, let me see if I can do that farming patch. You can't teleport out of here. Huh. What's the easiest way for me to leave then? Or is it just like where I happen to be standing, I couldn't? Remember that for next time. All right, let me see if those potatoes grew. I don't think I've run out of run energy a single time at like level 1 agility. It's crazy. Harvest. Boil and mash 'em. Oh, but now I don't have all my stuff, right? So I had to bank it all. Does this still have the weird thing where you like double click to harvest faster? I figured that out like at 1200 hours played in old school RuneScape and I wanted to scream. Do potato seeds. I probably want to have some food on me. Guess I'll keep a dagger on me, why not? I keep like instinctively trying to do like shift wield. So how does the compost bin actually work? Like, does it still take a long time to produce the compost? I guess it was just trying to teach me. Hooray! Okay, we'll do. To Lumbridge. Get the lodestone. I don't know how I feel about the lodestones. I don't know. I think part of the core loop of old school for me is about starting out and everything is miserable and then very slowly solving problems to make them less miserable, right? Like that's what the player-owned house is all about. Now you can go everywhere trivially. I don't know. I think infinite free teleports are one of those things where it's like there's a... They added them for good reason. They exist for, like, good player experience, but I feel like there's a trade-off when you do it. Infinite fast travel, you lose something. This is Lumbridge, huh? Okay. Introduction to Archaeology. That one's new. To the acting guildmaster. Oh, that's way the okay, I guess it's at the dig site. That makes sense. Construction. I have to go all the way to Varrock. But I have to have 1,000 coins first. Okay. Bossing. Giant mole. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna beat Jad today. It's gonna be fine. Alright, so I think that means that outside of these skill paths, I'm pretty close to being done with the guided portion of the tour, huh? I guess I'll go do archaeology, why not? I'll see if I can get some money later. Oh, there's still kind of a comical number of goblins here. Oh, they tried to make the border between Lumbridge and the desert seem less, like, sudden. That's kind of cute. Yeah, exactly. I feel pretty confident that I could bounce into... As long as I had, like, enough ammo and enough prayer potions, I should be able to fight caves with basically no notice, but I don't know about in this game. I don't know what they changed about it. I get rid of the toll gate. What does Prince Ali Rescue even provide for you, then? This area I know, like, embarrassingly well because of my Bonfire Man account, because these are the chunks that I've... Like, I feel like anywhere outside my unlocked chunks I don't know super well, but I've done literally everything there is to do many, many times now. That wasn't too bad of a run. Time for the Archaeology Guild. Wealth, power, fame, and stories. This is the most recently added skill, right? It got added in the last couple years. I'm excited about invention. Invention is the kind of skill that if I could will it into the game in old school, I would. I feel like you could potentially use this as a shortcut way to undeprecate a lot of content, right? If there's like weird item drops that nobody gives a shit about, but they have a unique purpose in invention, it's a way to solve that problem. Necromancy's not released yet. It's going to be the difference between necromancy and summoning. Interesting. So do they make a skill? Is like cleaning finds now a complete skill, I guess? Doing dig site cleaning is so important to me on my Snowflake account. Covered excavation. Found some soil. Material. Resurrect Grardor to fight Grardor when he respawns. Force him to respawn sooner. This is pretty AFK. I might honestly end up doing RS3 and recording it for YouTube just so that I can get stream work done. Like, I'm basically out of AFK activities on my main account in OSRS. And Bonfire Man is by definition very, very, very attentive, except for shooting stars. Like, I tend to see RuneScape as a vehicle for me to get other work done, like doing chores and stuff. So if this is a game that I can, like, do dishes with, that would be lovely. Spect. Materials required to restore an artifact are shown here. Interesting. Workbench. Iron, purple heartwood. It seems that they've trended toward making things more, not less AFK. I would have been worried that maybe, you know, they would get nervous about their reputation of having a game that you just kind of click and not do anything. That's cool. I need more, like, Nightmare Zone 6-hour AFK so I can, like, go to the store and get groceries and stuff. That would be great. For all my complaining about dailies, if you give me enough of that, I'll probably play the shit out of this game. I guess I could pickpocket elves on my main account with a foot pedal and get some stream work done. I see. Okay. That helps me get the materials needed to repair the artifact. Got it. And the RS3 endgame is making everything AFK. That's cool. I described in my video essay that RuneScape is more like an idle game than an MMO in a lot of ways, just with the ability to calibrate how idle it is, or how much attention you want to give it. So if they've leaned more into that, then that sounds wonderful. I guess they haven't done Ultimate Ironman in this game because it's like literally impossible with the way everything else works. Okay. This kind of reminds me of the Fossil Island. Yeah, how does material competition even work in this game? Like, I would have assumed they would have made most nodes instanced. Yeah, Nightmare Zone, the least attentive thing. You pop into Nightmare Zone, you turn on Auto Retaliate, and you go to the store and get your grocery shopping done. It's great. Trade you something valuable for it. Definitely one of my favorite, like, extremely silly things about RuneScape is just how many things that you do more times than is reasonable. Like, you know, pick the same guy's pocket 7 billion times, right? So the idea that this collector lady probably has a house, like several warehouses just full of those fucking swords. Chronotes. Serve the Mortal Cup. Interesting. Yep. Oh. Oh. I feel like I've only done one thing in this so far that was very familiar, and it was Tutorial Island. Like when people are saying that RS3 is essentially a completely distinct product from OSRS, they weren't kidding. This is basically a totally different game. I'm still waiting for some other developer to like understand the appeal of this and make their own like, you know, schmoonscape. I wish I could go back in time and convince, you know, 90s, early aughts Blizzard to do that, because they used to be really good at like seeing the value in a core loop and like streamlining it. I know there's a couple idle games like Melvor Idle that are inspired by RuneScape, but I'd love to see more, like maybe even like an indie dev try to do a take on this. Because I don't think this needs to be online. Like, it being online is nice because it's kind of a way to ensure that you can't cheat. But you could make an entirely single-player game as long as it was somehow resilient to cheating. How many interns have you been through? Yeah, I'm excited to do Melvor at some point. It's on my voting system. A bunch of other idle games. Font of Life. Interesting. Oh, this is kind of like, was it Inscription? They added Inscription in WoW, and then they like immediately regretted it. Okay. So there's a cost to swapping them. It kind of gives you a reason to use one specific one. That's kind of cool. So is it mostly just like passive buffs that you can swap between for different kinds of content? We're done. That's pretty compelling. I feel like you have to make those passives like reasonable and mild. Oh, congrats to Aidenator 420 for getting 99 in all skills. Matty Aka. Okay. Archaeological soil box. Thank you. Thanks. That's fun. So is the dig site quest still a quest then? Wonder if there's other quests in RuneScape that you could like try to expand and turn into an entire skill. It's a neat like creative scaffolding. I guess there's already several of them. Fossil Island is a an old school exclusive quest though, right? That got made by the OSRS team. I feel like they could make a skill out of the elf quest line, right? With like Underground Pass and Regicide, just make like a crying skill. Make a skill out of that meme of the little girl who's like holding her head and sobbing.
Existence was once the greatest of archaeological mysteries for us to uncover.
Oh, cool, Puppet.
And we achieved that here at Sentiston.
It's weird having cutscenes like this.
The Empire was supposedly sprawling. It was so utterly destroyed that finding a near intact fort buried beneath the sand
The passive skill IRL.
was cause for celebration. The monolith has a strong
Thinking
connection
about
with
doing the
something
corrupted
very
gauntlet.
deep
Actually doing the
history,
corrupted
however.
gauntlet.
Was the monolith itself Zerosian? No, surely not. It's beyond
I'm
ancient.
99 crying IRL.
There is only one way to find out what the connection is. We must dig deep at Kharid-et and discover what lies
Oh, that's kind of
beneath.
cool though. There's something really charming to me about old school, like the spaghetti feeling of all the different quests and stuff, where it's like they just decided to do a mechanic in this really weird way, where it feels like an amateur dungeon master in a D&D game. All right, let's try this breaking the seal. Why not? Or are these like, this is like a sub thing of archaeology still? Oh, we'll see. Guidance arrow. I don't even know where it wants me to go anymore. Solve the mystery, clear path. Did it not clear this for some reason? Carried at exterior excavation. Was somewhere here? Okay. Where is that excavation? The fort debris. This? Okay. Yeah, I'm so used to the game just like literally guidancing me to everything. Oh, it's weird that there's guidance immediately after that step. Maybe it's just borked for certain things. Strange. Alright, I guess I need to get level 12. Probably won't take terribly long, given the last one was pretty fast. Okay, so when you first look at it, you get an insight into what item you're going to get. So if you don't want that item for some reason, you could just not do it, I suppose. Alright, I'm going to test this out. This is a true RuneScape thing. I'm going to, like, get up and go get a drink really fast. I'll be right back. That was perfect. My cat actually made a mess that I had to clean up. And it's still going. All right, is there anything... Is this just a higher level pit and that it's taking longer? I'm completely fine with this. This is... I'm getting, like... lust for doing nothing but archaeology instead of doing nothing but agility, so I can get a shitload of housework done if it's typically like this. Our levels take longer. Does the bar ever like suddenly like blast forward or anything like that? I guess I could maybe get a, like, was it like an iron mattock? I assume it has tools the same way. the wisp is similar to the glowing rock, so I can click it to get a boost. As long as it's the same kind of remains. Okay, so you follow it. I see. So these are all part of the same node, essentially. So if you want to play attentively, you can follow the sprite around. Alright, so is there somewhere... Do I need to sift to store these? There's supposed to be like a place where I can store all the things I'm finding while I'm digging, right? Trading AFK for more XP and artifacts. My dirt box. Ah, okay, thanks. Yeah, the tutorial before was trying to explain it to me, and I understood the concept, but not like where to find the things near dig sites. They give you a little sound indicator that it moved. That's nice. Yeah, I almost see this as like a better version of, I don't know, woodcutting. Because like, woodcutting, you kind of listen for the sound of the tree turning into a stump, and then you briefly look at the screen and click on the thing that you're moving to. But if you forget to look, you're missing out on XP. But here, I guess you continue to AFK just slightly less efficiently, right? Deposit in boxes around the site or near archaeology workbenches. Do they get a map marker anywhere? Oh, here's a weird question. I need to think about how to ask it. So in OSRS, whenever you're doing an activity, if you have to like fill your fish barrel or whatever, doing that interrupts the skilling activity. When I click fill archaeological soil box, is that interrupting me, and do I have to click again, or is it keep doing it? I'm getting like massive dollar signs in my eyes for this. This is incredible. They added the idle game skill. They really did it. Acting at anything from the hotbar usually doesn't interrupt actions. Okay. Does anyone have an idea of where the storage thing is here? Trying to look for it. Like, where is it relative to where I'm digging? It's kind of weird that they immediately teleport you to a different dig site when they just tutorialized one a second ago. Andrea's gonna come home from work tomorrow and be like, wow, why is the house sparkling? Why did you change the Glade plugins? Why? Archaeology. Somewhere near here. Well, there's the bank chest. A bit more west. I see. Got it. Cool. I guess I can just deposit all this other junk because I'm not using it. Thank you. So is there not always a sprite to follow? This game might be more of an attention calibration than OSRS is. They may have... Or an attention calibration game. They may have realized the value of that across more gameplay loops. If mining is the same thing where you can either watch the screen and then click whenever you see anything turns gold, or just like sit there and AFK mine as long as you want. I'm just trying to finish the path. I'm going to keep doing paths until I run out of them, and then I'll start exploring other things. Because I need to be level 12 to break this, right? I guess they must have added this path later, which is why it's quite a lot longer than the other ones. Really like that there's a neat little sound effect for that. You don't have to like depend on your peripheral vision. Yeah, the time stride feels like what someone would initially come up with after having the concept of attention calibration explained to them. Exactly. Well, this is great. I'm having a good time so far. I guess maybe I could see enjoying this and OSRS simultaneously and separately. Like, I've never really been a person to be, you know, taking a team. Like, I even resist when people ask me to say what my favorite game ever is or to rank games. Like, I don't think you can really compare any two video games unless if they're in very, very similar genres or from the same series, right? It's almost always an apples to oranges situation. So I feel like what you get from OSRS is a system in which they've been very careful not to disturb anything, and very little of the content has been deprecated, and everything that is there is relevant and has been relevant. And what you get from this is something very different, I think. And maybe it won't bother me so much that there's a bunch of content that's presumably totally pointless to interface with. Because if I want to interface with everything, I go do that in old school. I guess what you'd be missing out on is, because old school doesn't have everything that is pointless in RS3, I guess. Hey. Only got me to level 8. I really need 12 to progress? Are they serious? I know I can do more with this here in a second. Oh, you get way more for this part at the end? Okay. Now, hold on. Do I have to, like, find it from a list here? So it's a Centurion seal, right? The Zerosian artifact. Okay. Five damaged. Okay. So I need more third age iron, which I can get from the soil, is that right? Which is, there's like a soil sifting thing here somewhere. Oh, for some reason I thought it was this guy. Okay. But I have to deposit the materials first. Okay. I didn't realize I couldn't use it for my inventory. I still need more irons, which I think I have to sift to find those, right? Soil sifting is only at the main site. Can I, like, teleport there and then teleport back here? Is that a thing? Okay. Teleport. So it was one of the buildings in the area, right? There's the workbench. This thing back over here, right? Put in pocket. So what's the deal with... Explain pockets to me. How is a pocket distinct from an inventory? That's pretty nice AFK too. I like that they tell you exactly how much time it's going to take. Props. Currency pouch, wealth. Drops, magic book. It's an equipment slot. No kidding. The last place I would have thought to look. If I wanted to bring the chat back, where do I go to do that? I want to see, because I'm guessing it's saying things like some of this dirt isn't returning any resources. Alright, sick. And then can I quickly get back to where I just was, or is that something else, like another teleport option? 2 people. I just want to see game chat. I don't care about any of that shit. Desk inside the building. Okay. That's this big guy up here. Dig site map. This one. Requires level 5 archaeology. Okay, cool. Store. Zerosian. Oh, I still don't have enough iron. Damn. Can I, like, look inside this? Empty. Okay, no, I went through all of it. Alright, well, I'll go a little bit longer then. So, following the sprite is more XP, but fewer resources from the node? Like, what's the trade-off? Oh, there's a buff for it? Oh, where is that even displayed? This? Increase to XP, increase to precision. Is this like building the longer I'm at this thing or something? I kind of want to move these somewhere. Is there like any ability to move buffs on the UI? I assume they want me to repair the Centurion's shield, right? Because that's what's showing up here? Or does that come up under a different category, I guess? Yeah, I should be able to fix that. Okay. Alright, I've been focusing on the wrong thing. So what category is that under? These are all in level order, right? So it'd have to be towards the top of the list no matter where it is? Oh, I need 12, so I have to get to that from finishing the other thing? Okay. Where did you see that it requires... Okay, here when I inspected it. I see. Alright. I think I need a shitload of third age irons. I need to double check how much I've actually deposited. Might end up getting it just from like the passive little XP ticks. Is there any way for me to get progress bars on these XP amounts? That would be really nice. That's a plugin in old school. I just want to see a little bar underneath all these numbers. It tells me how close I am. I guess these are flashing because there are level up announcements that tell me new things I can do. Okay, so it doesn't have that mechanic. Got it. I like that in RuneLight having this entire thing over here that lets me watch skills. It's not a thing that I realized I was missing. I don't really have in my mind like what I've done today. I'm surprised that I'm level 5 defense, for example. Open the skill guide without interrupting your action. Yeah, I like panicked and clicked out of it on the assumption it was gonna interrupt my action. It's pretty funny. Okay, I understand. So this builds up to 100% and then it does a thing. Okay. I might have enough of these now. Hear the stock creaky gate noise. They like clipped a short bit of it. Oh really? That's helpful. Material storage information. I'm so nervous about doing this, like I'm gonna lose progress. Alright, yeah, I'm good then. So maybe that'll be enough. To interrupt my activity. Huzzah! Level 11. Alright, we're almost there. Real close. It's interesting that the like path for archaeology actually makes you train the skill for a little bit, whereas all the other paths are like, yeah, just do the thing once and you're done. Oh, that's convenient. Tells you where you can gather them. Do I get XP for getting into a collector as well? And are the collectors only back at the main base, or can you find them here too? I see. So sifting through the remains is XP. Sifting through dirt is XP. But most of the XP comes from actually restoring the thing. And the main benefit for turning them into collectors is getting the resource that lets you change your like passive boosts. Are like the tiers for Maddox the same as old school, that it's like level 1 for bronze, level 5 for iron, level 10 for steel or whatever? Maybe it was 1 bronze, 1 iron, 5 steel. I assume they did a rebalance at some point on like armor tiers and metal tiers because it's a shit show in old school. Do you have to like turn them all in at the same time, Puppet, or does it track which ones you've turned in up to that point? So here's a question. To my knowledge, I'm not currently working on any specific artifact, right? Is that... I don't think I grokked this during the tutorial. Do I just have a chance of getting a decayed piece to work on? Collector info. Oh, interesting. Who's the lady I already turned out? The wise old man collects them? That's kind of cool. Lucia. Okay, so the first one I gave her, I guess doesn't count. I could give her a Venator dagger, and then I want to eventually make her a crossbow. Okay, that's cool. So some of them only want certain things. Interesting. So just every tick it's giving me materials, there's a chance that it could give me another artifact to work on. And I'm more likely to get one if I'm not already working on one. Am I hearing you all right? Don't need that open. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might have enough to restore right away. We'll see. Yeah, so you probably want to go for the unique reward rather than the chronouts. Almost there. I'm gonna get back to doing a more of a tour of the game. I just want to clear this thing out. But it is a way to potentially somewhat trivially misplay if you're not being careful. Alright, here we go. Centurion Seal. Nice. We'll level up from that. No collectors interested. Oh, that's kind of cool. So, like, the generic thing that you do to dump as many as you can is giving them to collectors, and then sometimes they give you items that you use for progress, I guess. A very mean game. Okay, that wasn't... Maybe it's not too bad. May uncover mysteries from the past. Completing mysteries will earn Archaeology XP and may unlock additional rewards. Review mystery progress from the journal. Is that just reading? Okay. Artifacts, mysteries. Currently looking into this mystery. This is pretty cool. I really like this skill. I feel like they could just like take this and put this straight into OSRS. They'd probably end up having to make it a little bit more attentive. Now I don't get a progress bar for this, so... Is there any way for me to know how close or far I am from finishing this? Yeah, this is a sweet skill. I really like it. So I'm gonna get so much housework done thanks to this skill. I've heard some people complain that they shouldn't just backport stuff from RS3, but I disagree. I think that it kind of just comes down to asking, like, if we backport this, are there any adjustments we have to make to the core loop to make it feel like everything else in old school? Here we go. Let me see if I do this faster with a higher level, because I might be able to restore this crossbow already. Does this always remember your partial progress on things? Like, if I quit and leave and I was halfway to getting an artifact, does it just remember? It looks like it resets the little time sprite thing, right? 38 iron, Zerosian sickness, okay. Yeah, it's a neat way to, like, it has the, like, you know, different tiers of interaction that you're not just thinking about sitting at the node. Like, I'm surprised. I feel like this is complex enough that this would usually be like 3 different skills, right? Like, it almost feels like if mining and smithing were unified. I'm really interested to see what they do with necromancy. Time sprite buff ticks down. Okay. So the game kind of incentivizes you for, like, sticking with an activity. Does it tick down when you're offline, or only when you're off doing something else while online? That's not like a deal breaker or something. I'm just trying to explore the space around it. I guess your inventory filling up is the major limiting factor here, huh? Makes sense. Yeah, I like that they provided a, like, smooth drop-off for drops in attention. I think that's effectively what the time sprite is, right? It's a way to reward you if you're really, like, very focused on the game and being tick perfect the instant you see it move. But not, like, insanely punish you if you miss it for a few seconds. Which I guess you don't get, like, insanely punished in OSRS for like failing to notice that the fishing spot moved. Or whatever. Anyone heard any good jokes lately? Missed the progress bar here. Soil box is full. Okay. I'll tell you a joke. The new Indiana Jones movie is coming out. Actually, it might not be too bad, although the last one was pretty bad. It's unfortunate because, like, Last Crusade is, like, one of my favorite movies ever. Golden Wind, right on. I think Part 5's JoJo has my favorite name because it's, like, goofy. Geo, okay. Whatever you say, Rocky. Guess I can start... I can, like, look at interface stuff while I'm digging, right? And the game's not going to stop. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so used to like having this anxiety about looking in the interface lest I lose things. So let's start eyeballing shit here. Wait, what happened? What? All right, it's still going. Oh, you can climb over that. Ooh. Augmented items, click through chat boxes, skip boat cutscenes, I don't care about any of that. Hide title bars when locked. Oh, that sounds pretty convenient, actually. Background transparency. That's actually really nice as well. Probably doesn't need to be maxed out. Legacy mode, edit mode. You can't do that right now. Okay. Yeah, right. XP pop-ups. Slayer counter. Most of these are automatically on. Probably do a pin later. Drag to drop items. It's weird. Auto teleport current skilling earn and accumulators when full. Huh. I gotta go dump some of this stuff. 1 second. Great. Deposit. Thank you. Yeah, I actually made a subreddit post about it when I was really new to old school RuneScape, and somebody linked to a Mod Ash Twitter post that apparently it requires insane engine work to let you open the skill guide while you're skilling, so it'll probably never happen. Hey, thanks for subbing, guys. I appreciate that. Thanks for your help today too. I'll whisper you later with some info about subblock and all that. Back to these menus. So what does auto teleport current skilling earn and accumulators when full? Skilling earns doesn't include like my soil box, right? Destroy. Oh, okay. You don't have to unlock the ability to smash files. Silly, flavorful thing in old school. Hey, we're done. I'll know after manually doing it once. Okay, cool. Thanks. You've learned how to throw stuff on the ground without getting wasted. Solve one of Galenor's greatest mysteries. That's kind of cool. This is basically the dig site quest, but like writ large. Oh, and then there's new things to search for here. That's really cool. All right, well, I'll almost certainly come back here later. Yeah, I love that there's like the little effects of doing archaeology, the medium effects of doing archaeology, and the big effects of doing archaeology. What a cool skill. Like, this is honestly one of the coolest things I've seen in the format of RuneScape, right? When I was talking in the video essay about how I want somebody to make a, you know, a ripoff of RuneScape, I guess that's RS3. It's not fair. I know that that's not what it is, but it's this, but again, but also different. Okay, let me go sift through all this dirt to get rid of it. What a cool skill. I literally think they could practically just completely backport this into OSRS with almost no changes. People might complain that it's too AFK, so maybe they could, you know, make it so that you can't, you can only dig with the time sprite, right? Or something. All right, this will take a couple minutes. Actually, just to be even more true to RuneScape, that cat mess I only partially cleaned up because I was panicking that I was going to come back and not still be skilling. So I'll be back again. Let me finish cleaning it up. All right, so like talk me through very, very, very rough order of magnitude estimates here. Sorry, I have to cough 1 second. In old school, you can get the quest cape in like 800 hours, maybe 1,000 hours if you're really slow. You can get the diary cape in like 2,000, 2,500 hours, and I think by the time you get the diary cape, you've probably done all of the content in the game. You haven't maxed. I guess you could also probably max around the same time if you're relatively efficient. So I know this game has a quest cape. I've heard about the max cape and the completionist cape, but like, I guess first, what do people think is this game's equivalent of the diary cape? Where it's like, you know, 80%, you've seen all the bosses at least once. You've done a lot of the major skilling activities at least once. Is there an equivalent to that? And like roughly how many hours do y'all think it takes is my question. I have no money. That's really funny. The Stronghold of Security still in this game? Go to the Stronghold of Security and get some money really fast. I guess I have to visit... Oh, it's super is. Okay. Incredible. It's so goddamn silly. Catherby, Taverley, Trainer, Varrock. Okay, go to the... Can I still get 10k gold from it? Yeah, Completionist Cape sounds like it's like the very insane version of that, right? So that might be too... I guess for what it's worth, what is like the very rough estimate on hours to get the Completionist Cape? Max Cape is easier than Quest Cape? That's crazy. I have zero interest in maxing in RuneScape. It's just so many of the skills do nothing past 80. And even then, so many of them do nothing past 90. The only reason I'll take a skill to 99 is if there's like content there. And I think it's probably correct that there's not content there. Hey, it's the Varrock Herald. I recognize this area. The lodestone near here somewhere. Does the lodestone show on the map? I can search for it maybe. South. Maybe the quest cape is going to be my objective then. I would like to see most of what this game has to offer. Quests basically stop around base level 70 in old school. I don't know if that's also true here. Oh, they put a bank like right here? Oh my god. Oh wait, that's a storage chest. To unlock that using quest points before you can use it. Okay. I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. Hey, it's Dark Wizards. Most high level requirements are 70, 75. That's still really solid for the majority of skills. I feel like the game starts to get frustrating and slow in old school for most skills, starting around after 70. And there's like a reason to continue going with them in a lot of cases for the diary cape, and it's usually pretty compelling and able to be focused on one at a time. But I feel like just getting to base 70s and then doing all quests is generally pretty worth it. Oh, I'm pressing keyboard shortcuts over here to equip stuff. Oops. Offhand mace. I might still die. I don't know. I feel like I understand again why they changed it so that you have 1600 health instead of like 16 health, but I understand 16 health much better. Do they keep using this path system, or does this eventually go away? 'Cause it'd be cool if they can continue to put little tiny tasks you can work on that aren't quite diaries. Does this still have an achievement diary as well? Count checks over here. Oh, did they remove the questions? No! I'm so sad. It's so, like, embarrassing. Embarrassing maybe isn't the right word. You come here and it's like clearly this game is for babies, right? You're 7 years old and your uncle's letting you play on their computer and they don't want you to like share your account with anybody. It's okay. I'll just quietly miss the charm over here. The Minotaurs are pretty sweet looking. I haven't had the opportunity to see too many new enemy models. Okay, so there's still like rewards for completing specific regions and the like. Like, super turned around here for some reason. Probably have to worry more a bit further down. This is where I'm going to run out of run energy. We'll see if I die to the enemies on the more dangerous floors here. How dare they remove the embarrassing never share your account tests? Yeah, it's an amazing, like, little call to that era. Remember, I think you go south is the safest way to go. I've done this on leagues before a bunch of times, but always when I'm like already over leveled by the time I come here. I'm really glad Ironman exists in this game. If it didn't, I would have opted not to play. Double XP alone would be enough to discourage me from ever playing. Like, to me, there's two really massive strengths to RuneScape. One is that RuneScape is a power fantasy about being able to take joy in your own labor in a way that it's kind of hard for people to do anymore in the real world. And two is that it's a power fantasy about being able to like self-direct and do whatever you feel like and not feel like there's a bunch of external pressures or incentives to do things in a certain order. A lot of that just comes from it being very complex. Too complex to trivially optimize. Stuff like double XP weekends and dailies get in the way of that, I think. You know what? May be dangerous. Okay. I love that they've like upgraded the textures here, but this place still looks like really amateurish and awful. It sounds like I'm talking shit. I love it. It has the charm of like something a kid made. Cataplepins and giant spiders. Are they just not aggro now? I could have sworn at least the spiders aggroed you. Yeah, there's not really a way to make this place look better. This map is just straight out of middle school Dungeons and Dragons. Your DM just like drew a map with a bunch of doors. Yeah, Soul's Bane is pretty great. Oh, I hope so. We should go check out the Chaos Altar. Alright, there's a special zombie here that I have killed many times on my Snowflake Iron account. Looks like they got rid of him. Or maybe he might be old school exclusive, right? Because he was supposed to be a replacement for, there used to be like a prayer random event when you were burying bones where like occasionally an evil zombie would show up and try to murder you. And I guess they moved him to the Stronghold of Security. He has a completely bizarre drop table. Like, I've never gotten the good drops from him on my Bonfire Man, despite killing him like probably 50 times. He drops like a stack of dragon bones or something for no reason. It's very weird. I have very poor memories of killing every enemy in these rooms. The fact that they don't aggro is very, very kind. Probably didn't even need to bring armor with me. Still haven't run out of run energy. That's crazy. I feel like you'd have to be like super overburdened to run out. You have a choice. Give me the fancy boots. Oh, you can take both. No kidding. I love that like RuneScape, the old school players bitch constantly about how RS3 is too colorful and silly, and then these exist. I think they look sillier in old school. These and like the Infinity Robe set. I like OSRS a lot, and I think I agree with general, you know, arguments about its strengths over this one, but I do think that there is a very powerful, for lack of a better word, Dark Souls 2 dudes in armor effect on the discourse, where like it just becomes accepted that something is true, and everyone just kind of repeats it uncritically over and over. Is there like a hide roofs option in this? That would be really convenient. I don't know if I can search the settings, can I? At least not yet. Alright, well, I got the money I needed to do construction, so let's go ahead and do that. Construction agent in Remington, and then is there an Edgeville lodestone? Yes. Sorry, I got distracted there. So like, oh, mugger, yikes. Basically, there's this problem in any fandom, but Dark Souls 2 is the one I jumped to, where like somebody somewhere had this hot take that like, oh, Dark Souls 2 is just a bunch of bosses that are just guys in armor, and that's like bad. And then that just kind of like was a mind worm that got into a bunch of people's brains, and they just started repeating. And it kind of went from a legitimate and interesting observation about the game to just being a thing that people would say in lieu of thinking about it anymore. And then it eventually mutates into Dark Souls 2 is bad, which like, okay, you know, there's some legitimate concerns about Dark Souls 2. It's a lot of ways that it is lesser than the other Dark Souls games, but it's not like a bad game. It's not like dog shit, right? I think something similar happened with like Zelda Skyward Sword. That like, yes, it's an extremely legitimate complaint that that game doesn't respect your time and constantly pops up these like slow ass interfaces. But like Skyward Sword is still a pretty good game. It's not dog shit, right? Yeah, exactly, Spiky. So like I think it's probably true that when you go to the Grand Exchange or whatever and you see a bunch of people standing around and everybody's got crazy wings and particle effects and pets and stuff, that it's a little over the top. And it's kind of nice that the player base of Old School has like pressured Jagex to kind of maintain a more simple, sleek aesthetic in that game. I do like Old School's aesthetic, but I also think it's an overstatement of harm that like, oh, because there's all this crazy bullshit flying everywhere, that therefore RuneScape 3 is this like dog shit game. Like, no, it's fine. It's a solid B+ minimum, maybe higher.
Do you need construction help?
Sure. How can I get my own house?
See, well, these wizards, right?
There's only perfect or dog shit, no in between. Yeah, exactly. And it like leads into this like team culture that I hate. Like, can't you just like Dark Souls 2 a little bit less than Dark Souls 1? Can't you just like RS3 a little bit less than OSRS and say, I prefer this one? You don't have to like sort everything into good and bad. I hate it. It's such a stupid way to like criticize things. Yeah, in a game where you fight a giant dragon by hitting it in the toe. I've heard that construction in this game is less interesting than in Old School, that the player-owned house isn't as interesting. Is that true? Or maybe it's less powerful? It's very useful to train construction in Old School. Is there like a plank maker near here then? Oh shit, there's a plank maker right next to the portal. What is this? I've chopped all of these goddamn trees so many times. I guess you have an inherent reason to do construction, and then I'm guessing it's still a skill prerequisite for a bunch of quests and stuff. OSRS had to revamp the house code. RSC struggles to find enough of a reason to do that. I see. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's an issue of overstated harm. I think that's probably the way to think about it. Buy a house, 8 planks, 2 bolts of cloth, 30 nails. Okay, well, hold on. It's frustrating to me because, like, the criticism at the core of it can be perfectly legitimate. Or even just an interesting observation, and it just mutates into this, like, end of thinking thing bad comment, right? And I guess I had never imagined that that was what was going on with RS3, but I think that's exactly the case. I think I'll be okay here. How does the whole offhand work? It's like, this is a specific weapon. Is it like a defender, basically? It looks like he occasionally attacks with it. Yeah. I think that the Final Fantasy 13 as a hallway criticism is like so far from understanding what's really objectionable about that game. Like, it's true, the game is structured that way. It's a problem. But there's so much more to say about what's problematic about it than that. It's kind of a bummer. So like this guy dropping a cape, like, ooh, I got a cape. Like, all right, the cape they gave me at the beginning has a strength bonus on it, so I'm not going to be replacing that ever. Plank maker. Thank you. Is there also like, okay, he's got a shop. You're not going to give them to me for free, game? What is with these paths? They're all over the place. Okay, visit your house in building mode. Oh wow, yeah, that's almost exactly the same. Actually, the RS3 graphics make it look worse. That's really funny. All right, so what does it want me to do? Build a crude wooden chair. Bending all the nails right now. Okay, and then right click to remove. This is the funniest fucking training method. Like, it's so stupid. I'm glad they added mahogany homes, because at least that one feels a little bit less goofy, but that like this used to be the core way to train construction in old school. Build and then right click remove over and over forever. Buy a bagged plant 1. Okay, they're gonna be. I'm glad I got all that money from Stronghold to security. Bagged plant 1. Need a watering can. Thank God he sells one. Yeah, but I mean, when the client removes it when you leave, you can at least entertain the like fantasy that you're technically visiting different clients, and we've abstracted it for the purposes of the game. It's no sillier in that case, I think, than like picking the same guy's pocket 700,000 times. But like the actual just mechanism of clicking and removing here just feels so bad, you know? All right, we're click like a plant hotspot. Okay. This be a regular plant. Let me see. Cool. Buy 2 bolts of cloth from Alfred. Left click a rug or curtain. Make you put the item you pickpocketed back into their pocket. The curtains that I can do first. What am I out of? I'm out of something, aren't I? Planks 3, nailed on. I need another bolt of cloth. Okay. Those are kind of expensive, though. They're like 650 gold. Hold on, let me see if there's one that I can do. Rug was what again? Just 2? Oh, it's weird. I guess I thought it wasn't highlighted, so I couldn't do it. Whoa, what's happening? Stop this. Did it like complete and got confused? I don't think I got the reward for it. Can I search for these? Bossing, Burthorpe, done. Huh, it seemed to break. Oh, whatever, it was just planks. It's just gone. I don't see where it is. If you're looking for it, says you can show ones you've completed, right? Yeah, they just seem to be all gone. It said it was supposed to give you some noted planks. Oh, whatever. Maybe it puts it in your bank or something. I didn't see a pop-up for it. All right, I guess I can... This is just for paths, right? So I could probably close this guy. Get some screen space back. That's nice. Oh yeah, I can check chat messages. Good call. Construction level 2. No, I guess not. Weird. Okay, I'm out of paths, so I got other stuff to do now. It's interesting that they don't tutorialize every skill. There's just paths for a handful of them. They don't like teach you thieving or anything like that. Game's over, I guess. Oh, it says I need to build a kitchen next. What, can you walk me through what all I need to do that? That's just money, isn't it? Maybe I can do it even though the path has disappeared for some reason. Oh, it requires con level 5. Okay. I might be able to make that happen. Probably need more nails, though. Character looks amazing. This is the dream. Supposed to be a more complete path window somewhere. Skills, backpack, more equipment. Achievement paths? It's the same. I don't know what list that's supposed to be part of. I'm out of nails. Fuck. Okay. Hold on. F3 activity tracker. It looks like it's gone. It's so weird that it just like disappeared. It also looks like it doesn't show me the completed ones like it's supposed to. Those nails are really expensive. Is this shop been frickin' attacked? Harassed? Oh, there's not a ping sort? That's unfortunate. Thank God I don't have to care about that pop-up. Yikes. Unclaimed yak check rewards. No, I guess that's just how much they are, isn't it? Right. So maybe you pay a premium because of the convenience of it being so close. Go to the Varrock shop. Okay. See if I have enough money. I might end up having to spend the rest of my cash on buying more planks here. What is the yak track supposed to be? I'm just not gonna click that. I can't. It like, it sends... Dopamine starts like vanishing from my body. It like runs screaming in all directions. It's bleeding out of my eyeballs. Oh. No. This has been a great time. I've been having a really great day playing this game. I have very, very happy joy feelings to RuneScape 3, but that shit... Thank God for Ironman mode. Give me Steelman mode. I don't even see that stuff. Pretend like it doesn't exist. They want to charge me like an extra $1 per month membership for that? I'll do it. guy only drops bones and black cape. Oh, that's cool. Reach level 5 in the attack skill. New combat ability, Havoc. Anticipation. Reduce damage taken. If it goes from left to right, it keeps seeming to want to resort slice all the way to the left. Shouldn't I have it in, like, the highest cooldowns come first? And I'm sure there are times when you don't, but, like, if I'm trying not to think about it too much, doesn't that seem reasonable? I need to put food on there. Yeah, but, like, I don't know, it's strange rock. Huh. Okay. Bring it to the archaeologist in the Varrock Museum. Like, a lot of freemium MTX bullshit exists in direct contrast with just letting me buy the goddamn game, right? Just let me pay for the game. Just let me pay you $60 for your game so I don't have to deal with this. I get that it's more complicated once you have, like, a membership, but it also makes sense that online live service games charge a subscription fee because they require more maintenance than, like, a, you know, one-time download single-player game. I think I find it frustrating when any kind of software developer does the thing where they're like, oh, it's free, but it's not really free. And it's like, well, can I, like, switch to the mode where I pay for it with dollars instead of paying for it with, like, you know, you harvesting my data or any of these other problems that make the art worse? And they're like, no. So frustrating that, like, Capital found a way to make, like, existing in capitalism worse than just, like, buying things with money. You have to, like, fucking lease things or, like, spend sanity points on purchasing things. Yeah, exactly. Magic has a 5-second cooldown first. You use on a third of your cooldowns. Interesting. Oh, whatever. I'll just keep doing the regular thing. Yeah, exactly, Viper. It'd be great if more games do that. Oh, grats, Puppet. Like, just put me in a... I'm happy to join install a different version of the game. Like, I'm so opposed to free-to-play anything. I guess it's not the worst thing in history in... oh, I don't have enough money now, shoot. Just short. Probably need to make so many planks. It probably would have been okay if I hadn't. Oh well, I'll come back to it later. The way free-to-play works in old school isn't that big of a deal, I think. You're limited to where you can go, but there's not a bunch of, like, bullshit that comes with that. Bought $50 worth of Hearthstone cards and still couldn't build 80% of the meta decks. Oof. Like, they made Falador look really cool. Like, I guess I don't really, like, use my imagination very much when I visit these towns. I kind of understand that the RuneScape map is more like an abstracted, like, JRPG world map that we're meant to understand that, like, you know, the city of Falador is much larger than the handful of buildings that are here, you know? They did a good job of, like, changing the art to make it look much more massive than I perceive it as when I play that game. I'm gonna try to hit the lodestone real quick. It's crazy that they even bother requiring you to hit the lodestone once. Like, they're all so close to each other. And that whole situation got even worse over time, right? I'm going to try to gain a little bit of XP in each skill for this stream, I think. I think that would be an interesting way to keep... I was hoping the paths would carry me to that, but alas. Pickpocketing. Can't do implings. Alright, what skills have I not checked out? It had me check out Herblore. I could do Thieving. Did it force me to get the Lumbridge lodestone? Pickpocket some men. Wonder if they changed pickpocketing, actually, now that I think about it. Where are all the men and women? Here we go. Hey, dude. Core blimey, mate. I freaked out when I got hit as 61. I had to remind myself, wait, no, the scale is different in this game. He really, like, fucking punches you in the mouth. Damn. There we go. I love the little, like, so does your character attempt to repeatedly pickpocket until you get caught? Is that what's happening? He seems like he keeps trying. That's interesting. I love the little pickpocketing animation, your character like looking behind. Like, where's my money going? Oh, right, there's like a pouch for it. I guess if anything shouldn't take up inventory space, it's probably money. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Can you go forever if you have 0% pickpocket rate? Or does it like tap out eventually? Dodgy flyer. Oh. Lumbridge Guild of Thieves. Right on. Looking at the other skills then. Cooking, thieving. Should look at these pop-ups. Steal from vegetable stall. Oh, this is pretty nice. I like that they summarize this for you to check later. There's too much other shit happening. Copper and tin critical swing increase. Oh, these are cool. I don't want to like... I firmly believe that hype is stealing joy from your future self, so I'm going to wait to look at the later ones until I actually unlock them. Okay, attack 5. Keen blade. What? Oh, it's like a thing I can equip now if I find one somewhere. Steel hatchet, black hatchet. Change the name of axes to hatchets. Darkness of Hallowvale. Oh, they put the quest requirements on here. That's cool. Done. Oh, that's nice. There's actually stalls here. Try to do Imp Catcher. I do like a lot of the new monster sprites. They look good. It definitely does feel like they went from PS1 to PS2. I like the aesthetic of PS1 and PS2. Hey, I got a bead. All right, I'm gonna be fucked later. I always get 3 of them, and then I take forever to find the 4th one. Scatter imp ashes. Okay. So other skills. We were doing prayer, crafting, fire making. Which I guess I didn't actually get a level up for. PS 1.5. Is there in fact a hide roofs option that's in graphics, someone said? I don't see it. Oh, was it? I just missed it. My bad. Remove roofs. Always. What's the difference between always and all? Thank you. I like roofs. They do make the world feel bigger. You doing okay there, bud? Just trying your best. It's just a regular tree, man. Is he like not actually chopping it? /wiki would bring it up in like Chrome though, right? That sounds convenient otherwise. Lumbridge guardsman. Yeah, if I'm gonna use the wiki, I'll probably do it in another monitor. I'm gonna try to not. I kind of regret using the wiki as much as I did in OSRS. I feel like I probably could have done more of the quests without it. So at least for quests, I'm gonna try to do them based on whatever the in-game clues are, assuming it's more possible now. Does add to bonfire like using the logs on an existing fire? Oh, that's interesting. So you don't have like big rows of people building fires all over the game? Does that do anything on its own? Fire making is the funniest fucking skill. I can't believe it's real. It's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I'll use it for certain things, but maybe once I get a level up, I'll check to see if it's like decent XP rate or something. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm doing something so inefficiently that it's like a factor of 10 or 100 less efficient than the, you know, next best thing. That's usually my fear. And it turns out it's pretty hard to make a mistake that bad in old school. I moved the tree patch here? Weird. Oh, really? It'll just keep adding them if you've got a full inventory of logs? It's cool. Wintertot's, like, reasonably AFK, I think. Okay. We were gonna fletch, that's right. Trying to squeeze out one fletching level. Might need way more logs. Yeah, they've really made Lumbridge feel much bigger, which is interesting. Who's my dude just like cannot chop a regular tree to save his life? Bob's axe is still over here. Is there a hotkey for loot all? It's strange having to click all loot twice to be able to loot it. Space, okay, thanks. Oh, damn. Right on. Oh, this is more expensive. I guess there's just been general, like, GP inflation. Alright, I need 20 attack to wield it. So I can add that to my tool belt. So I just have a limited number of slots in the tool belt, and I now have a bronze and iron thing down there, or... What happened to my bronze hatchet? That's really strange. No kidding. It's a hotkey, so it opens a loot window for items around you. That's nice. Something somebody else dropped. I can't get that. Oh, I'm using my OSRS hotkeys. What is this value in the middle with the arrows? Oh, these both give 5 XP now? That's interesting. Maybe it's the longbow that's worth more? I know I'm getting less XP by turning everything into arrow shafts in old school. I do it to not have to bank constantly when I'm chopping my thousands of regular trees for Bonfire Man. Alk value? Okay, interesting. Trying to get one fletching level and then I'll move on to a different skill here. It's the GE price, okay. So this game did something with like completely getting rid of trade and then brought it back. Is that what happened? I would have completely agreed with Jagex in doing that. I feel like that's like acknowledging that your game is primarily a single player game. I feel like having some limited trading or, well, I don't know. Because I guess maybe the existence of the GE is to curb scamming, right? And you start having the stupid Path of Exile problem where you don't just have an auction house and then everybody has to rely on non-scammy people to exchange items and barter. It was to combat botting. I think that something like Pokemon Go's trading system could work pretty well for RuneScape. And I wouldn't completely hate it. Where you have to like build a relationship with another person over time and then you're able to trade with them, but the number of trades you can do is like sharply limited. So it's basically a way to enforce that you can only really trade with people you actually know and not with like robots. That's really the only circumstance under which trade doesn't completely ruin my experience with games, is when it's hard to do and there's a lot of friction for it. Rune crafting. Do I still need to do rune mysteries to rune craft? Or can I just go to an essence mine right away? Yeah, put a G in Path of Exile, please. Because that game is already built with trading required. Assume runecraft, that nobody crafts runes, everybody does some mini game or something. Really? Even like elemental runes and stuff? Do they like get you to a point where you can get all of it very quickly? Oh yeah, I can just straight go there. I guess Rune Mysteries still exists if I needed to get like breadcrumbed into the quest. Otherwise, why would you know to do that? Yeah, to me, it seems like Spiky Path of Exile has the problem where it's like we want to have trade friction, but just like friction in the most annoying step of the trading process and nowhere else. We're still going to assume that you're going to need to trade things constantly to play the game profitably. I had so much fun in Leagues 3. There was a relic combo you could get that would auto bank stuff. So I would just sit at the Pure Essence mine and go to the store or whatever. What's the idle logout timer in this game? It's 25 minutes in old school. Oh, it's only 5 minutes? That's unfortunate. Does it still trigger if you're like doing archaeology or something? There's no mobile version of this game either, is there? It's like jiggling the mouse or something. Probably still get a lot done in 5 minutes. Are there any activities that like undercut the logout timer? Like how in old school, because you're in combat in Nightmare Zone, it won't kick you out? Yeah, that'd be great. 25 minutes is long enough to do a lot. Yeah, mining for Pure Essence, that's right. Nobody does that. I had somebody like talk shit about me doing the Archaeus library for training because now you don't have to do that, but you absolutely did when I did it as an iron, or effectively as an iron. Up here, right? Unless if they moved it. Oh, I didn't do the one in Port Sarim. Whoops. I thought I got one in Remington. I go there and just not trigger it? Okay, well. Oh, where's the air altar now? West of Varrock, okay. Wait, seriously? Oh, locate. Yeah, okay. I got excited. I thought you'd be like, they made it so good that it just literally teleports you there, which would be kind of pointless. Dougal bush. Were they embarrassed that there's just Dougal leaves lying around down here? It's kind of funny. What's this wizard doing here? How can I help you? What are you researching? Okay, sure. Sup?
I hope they let me into the Runecrafting Guild soon. It's cold up here on the roof.
Runecrafting Guild is a noose.
I'm a student at the Wizard's Tower. I'm here to see Wizard Elris in the Runecrafting Guild about the thesis I wrote on runecrafting. Well, it explains my theory that the runecrafting altars are not everlasting. They are vast stores for runic energy, but one day they will run out. I believe that's why Wizard Elris wants to see me. The Runecrafting Guild wizards cannot disprove my theories, and I think it's worrying them. Luckily, I believe I found an alternative method of making runes. Runic energy siphoning in the Runespan.
The Runespan?
The Runespan is the plane in which the Runecrafting Guild was built. It's a chaotic place with runic energy flying around.
I think people hate summoning, right? But like not the same reason they hate runecraft. I've heard runecraft is significantly less hated in old school now because of Guardians of the Rift, but I haven't had a chance to do the minigame yet.
For years, but it's only recently that they've been exploring it. Silly old wizards. They spend far too much time arguing and not enough time going out and researching into all these theories they come up with. Yes, it's a way to take the energy out of the world around us and place it into rune essence.
I know this is really quiet, but it's quiet in my ear. I don't know if there's like another sound setting somewhere that I'm missing.
Wizards think it can never be done, but Wizard Elris thinks that the Runespan might help my studies. We will see what Wizard Elris says, I suppose.
Say No to Drugs has received a Croesus Spore Sac drop. Cool. Thanks. Oh shit, I already did that. Right. What the fuck? I hate this shop interface. Okay. It's like points from something. Yeah, I have, I'll show you. Voiceover is maxed, everything else is here. And then the basic game audio is somewhere else, but I definitely turned it all the way up as far as I could. I could do that, I could turn everything else down. Try turning it up a bit in. And I can barely hear it in my ear. Not a bass slider. Let's see. Low-level Runespan. I feel like I've heard the word Runespan. Is this like the runecrafting minigame? Don't have the rune essence required to siphon from this node. Do I have to bring essence here? From? Oh wait, there's just essence here. Okay. Mindstorm. Wow, that's different. Okay. So wait, are these actually, is this actually a mind rune? It looks different than a normal mind rune. So they took one of the most active lap running skills ever and made it like super AFK. Okay, right on. Does this have a similar thing where like one of these nodes is a preferred node for me to interact with? There, I see. Was it hated for being like too simple of a way to train the skill or something? Are the points the thing in that guy's shop? Is this literally the whole minigame? Just rain shit from these things forever? I mean, I'm not mad because I'm over here, I'm thirsty for AFK stuff so I can like do stream work and housework and stuff. My main job is being a homemaker, not a streamer, so. Different nodes on different islands, okay. Do you compete with anybody for these things? This is like, this reminds me of Nightmare Zone in old school. Nightmare Zone is like super unprofessional and like, seems like it's something you would find on a private server almost. I like it, it's great content. But they really haven't spent any time trying to make it like look good or fit into the world. Was this supposed to be like a quick band-aid for RuneCraft? Was it still a hated skill at the time this was added? I'm guessing you're best always siphoning the highest thing you have access to. It feels dirty getting like such good XP for nothing. Teleport lets me leave. Your runes be converted to points when you leave. Okay, so I have 5 points. Can I see what this stuff does? There's 80 rune crafting. Conjures runes in essence. That's 175. What does that mean, conjures runes in essence? $50 rune crafting to enter the Runecraft Guild, okay. Is this Yanil? Oh no, this is that wizard's tower. Okay, south of Draenor. Nice little deposit box. Couple distractions on top of a core loop that's almost entirely what I just did. Yeah, that feels like a private server was like, runecrafting sucks, but we don't want to just like give you a console command to jump to 99 runecraft, so let's do this. There's a divination near here. Okay. I have no breadcrumbs for that as far as I know. Challenges. Oh, these are dailies. Ooh. Really? That's it? Some regular trees not terribly far from here. They made this place look super fancy. Spell wisps. I can tolerate some mild dailies. I don't know. Just breaks my ability to self-direct. It makes it feel like I have to sign in and do a bunch of chores to play the game, you know? Claim rewards. Okay. Crayfish. Gem rocks in the... There's gem rocks in the Burthorpe mine? Okay. Right, where's Divination? I was actually looking in this menu to find the challenge list again. It was in one of these, I think. Here, achievement paths. So just got a boss list. Yeah, these don't seem to be updating. Northeast of the bridge. Oh, the challenges don't do anything? Oh, thank God. Then I can just not do them. Oh, I love it. It's weird that they even, like, have them there. This lady? What's going on here?
So glad you asked. I'm Orla Fairweather, and these are my colleagues. We're pioneers researching the art of divination. Oh no, this is much larger. Here, we are dealing with the energy of the world. The fate of Gielinor may be determined by our actions.
Does sound interesting.
Oh yes, it's early days, but we've had exciting results already. Of course. We could use all the help we can get.
Backbone of this game is effectively like a mud, right? Like a text ASCII tile-based thing that they've just built graphics on top of. That's why movement is so janky that you don't actually move, you like teleport from tile to tile, so when you run you skip tiles.
Are you ready to get started?
Yes. Show me how to train divination.
The first step is to gather a memory. The wisps to the south will do. See how you get on and come back to me if you need help.
Okay. These things. So there's energy rifts, and they have a map marker. You find 20 memory strands. You can use them to teleport to the Memorial of Guthix. Okay. This is giving me items. Now, is there a similar thing here where one of these nodes is worth more if I'm playing attentively, or that's not for every skill? Oh, the Black Knight looks pretty cool. Oh, thank you. Weave pale energy. I should probably wait. Yeah, for sure. Well, this skill is basically just like walk over here and stand by one of these things. Okay. All right, what's next?
I think you're ready for the next step. Do you want to continue learning the ways of divination?
Is this a formal quest or mini quest or anything like that?
You've got some memories, but they're no use to you like that. You need to feed them back to the earth. Give it a go.
You have to give me more information. Convert memories in the energy rift. Okay. That doesn't look comfortable. Those little icons mean standalone tutorial. Okay, I remember there was one on Turiel earlier. Yeah, absolutely.
At this rate, you'll surpass my knowledge in no time.
At this rate, you'll surpass my knowledge in no time. I stood by a hole and almost fell over a bunch of times. I stood in front of a hole and writhed orgasmically. At this rate, I'm going to surpass her any second now.
As you've seen, memories can be converted into experience, but that's not all they
I'm not
can be
clear
used
what
for.
this skill is yet, right? Like, I understand what archaeology is. It's a very well-defined skill with defined activities that you're doing.
If you
What am I
focus
doing
on it,
exactly?
You can also receive divine energy, a useful material. Why don't you try it?
Oh, elite skill. You need to have smithing, crafting, and divination to 80 to even do, and that's invention, right? I didn't know they did that. That's an interesting concept. That's kind of like what were they? The hero classes in World of Warcraft, like the Death Knight.
At this rate, you'll surpass my... As you've seen, if you focus your mind, you can also receive
If you focus your mind... Are you talking about this? Crayfish bubble. Bronze rock. I don't know what she's saying when she's saying focus your mind. What do you actually want me to do, lady? Can I move this buff thing somewhere else? I don't like it being in the dead center. I guess it's close to my character, but... What does this say? Automatically consume when you're damaged under half your life points. Okay, so it's a kind of food that you don't have to actively use. Really? Oh, I see. Somewhere where it's kind of out of the way would be nice. That's nice that you have all that control over it. So what is she talking about?
At this rate, you'll surpass my knowledge in them.
She's saying...
As you've seen, memories can be... If you focus your mind, you can also receive divine
If you focus your mind, you can receive divine energy. Is that like a right-click option on one of these things? It only exists to unlock invention. I'm just trying to think, like, what was their plan when they added this skill? I get summoning, I get dungeoneering, I definitely get archaeology. That skill rules. That's like some of the best shit I've seen. That skill, I feel like that's like what you would expect to see from some like indie dev trying to make a RuneScape game and like rethinking things from first principles. It's supposed to just be a standard gathering skill. I guess it's pretty AFK. Are there other like significant methods of training this skill? Is there like a mini game or something? Yeah. This is like fire making tier in terms of being a very silly skill, I think. All right, so how do I actually train summoning? It had me make a spirit wolf earlier. Oh, is that the thing that's worth extra? Spring. Minigame, but it's a daily. Sure, yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, I guess my teleport failed. Whoops. I'm gonna do the other challenges to make sure that it's not giving me any rewards, and if someone can help me figure out how to train summoning, I'd appreciate it. Maybe I'll do a little bit of Slayer after that too. I think there was a fishing pond around here. I know there's a mine here. Guess I could have sworn there was because I started and they had me fishing, didn't they? Fishing spots not show up on the map? South. Hey, thanks for the follow. Summoning is gathering the mats, combat to make tons of pouches. So the tutorial for the pouch was really fast. Like, remind me how that worked. I needed like wolf bones. So you need like specific kinds of animal bones, basically. Oh yeah, I have to like accept this stupid thing, don't I? Oh, it's doing it. Okay. Charms and shards. Okay, so do those drop from anything or only specific kinds of enemies? Should I think of summoning as like trying to make enemies that otherwise aren't worth fighting more worth fighting, like regular wolves? Shards are a GP sync. Okay, so summoning is expensive to train then, it sounds like. Flame rewards. So I can pin that, right? Slayer provides you with charms. Okay. If it's a way to kind of scaffold my play, then I appreciate it. Will Slayer also generally point me towards stuff that, like, is relevant and on level for summoning? I'm worried that I might get charms that are above my summoning level, right? Oh, there's another strange rock. I got 3 of those now. Alright, I should have banked this stuff. I guess I also probably need to bring the ore box or whatever. Lapis. You could double copper and tin. Wow, so they really set out to try to make mining like actually good to do to get ore. It is kind of embarrassing. I like old school, but it's a bummer that PVM is such an insane source of every resource, and that like the worst thing you could possibly do to get, you know, copper ore is mine for copper ore. Okay, bank all, I guess. I probably don't need all this armor on me. The bronze ore box is only able to carry certain things. You metal bank. So is there objective with the metal bank that like they don't want to have skills where you have to run back and forth between a bank and like some kind of processing node like an anvil or a forge? So any skill that previously did that no longer requires that? Watch for the shiny gold thing, which I do like that as a mechanic. Oh, sorry. One machine restarted and the audio bridge turned back on. I guess I respect that decision, even though the metal bank seems like it's very easy. Like, I don't know, running from the bank to a processing node and back isn't particularly compelling. It kind of just means that you are forced to only ever use one anvil, whichever anvil is closest to a bank. I guess that's an interesting, like, side upgrade that when you unlock Prif, whatever people call it in old school, that, like, you get a nice upgrade in the form of a forge right next to an anvil, but... yeah. I get why they would do it. I also get why old school wouldn't, but... I think that most like quality of life design ideas have some kind of trade-off or pernicious unintended side effect, but I don't know if that one is bad. I'm trying to think, like, what's the downside of losing running back and forth from a bank? I guess then you unlock Prif and you don't give a shit about the anvil and the forge. That's the downside. All right, what's going on now? Claim your reward. Challenges. None. Love to see it. I think, can someone confirm that there's literally no reason for me to look at this as an iron? Because I will never look at it again if it doesn't eventually matter. Brings me great joy. Matters after the basic tasks. Okay. Guess can I pin all of these? Unfortunately, I didn't have these running earlier when I was doing most of this. Lights. Oh, who do you talk to Skip? Oh, like literally right there. All right, give me a sec. Oh, I see. I have to click this to get into the... I was wondering why I kept bringing this up over here. Turn-in challenges. Toggle challenges. Skip my current challenges. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Go do it. This is part of this stream. I gotta see this stuff and see what it's like. I guess if I think of it as, like, are they randomly generated at least? Do they at least have the goddamn common courtesy of being random? If I can see it as like a play scaffolding thing, as like, oh, today I guess I'll go do mining because that's my daily. And then maybe while I'm doing mining, I'll go do something else. Okay. still kind of hate it, but could be worse, I suppose. They're really basic. Is this the main kind of daily, these challenges? And is it a maximum of 3? Okay, so it's like, it's 3 minor tasks that you absolutely should do every day, but those tasks are going to take on average like 5 minutes to do all of them. I was expecting like there being daily, like, you know, daily Runespan, daily go do a fucking thing with Archaeology or something. If this is all it is, this isn't that big of a deal. I'm still kind of unhappy, but not like miserable. Really? Longest daily is Dungeoneering. This is an interesting problem for me because I feel like at this point, if they've made them so that they're all this short, why are they even here? Other than to make you log in, right? Like that's the... I don't think any developer intended that to be why dailies were a thing. It wasn't a gross kind of like make you feel FOMO for not signing in. But then it became that in a bunch of like greedy suits were like, ooh, we can do this from now on, right? Chests. And you have like a weekly timeout to finish this. Oh. I'd probably be okay with it if they... So I've ranted about this a million times, but Final Fantasy XIV has this idea for leave quests, which are horrible and nobody does them. They're pointless outside of some weird corner case scenarios for training certain skills. But you accrue an allowance every day, whether you sign into Final Fantasy XIV or not, for leave quests, up to 30 days of allowances. And then you get to go back and do the leave quests all at once as though you had accrued 30 like tickets for doing dailies. If I could just do this once a month and do like, you know, 30 times 3 of these once a month, that would be great. Oh God, new challenge in 58 minutes. No, no, I like you, game. I like you so much. Go away. Stop it. Let me love you. God, okay. Okay. Is there a point where I'm fucking done with those, like, for the week? If I play for like 4 hours consecutively and do all of them, is there a point where I can just ignore it for another few days? It's not enough to make me not want to play the game. I just, I hate it. Steelman mode, turn that shit off. I feel like I keep putting adrenaline abilities on this bar and then they end up not getting used. Maybe I'm just crazy. I'm gonna move this somewhere. Loot settings window. Area loot. Combat drops, skilling drops. Guess I need to find the keybind later to open the loot menu, right? Windows and navigation. All the way down. Okay. It's area loot. Oh hey, got a green charm. I guess I'll probably put that on like a mouse key or something. Doing so well, RuneScape 3. So what are the rewards here? Like, what's in these chests? XP? Viswax. Spend Viswax to replace this challenge with another challenge. Well, it turns out once I moved to RuneScape 3, I thought I was crying level 99, but it actually goes up to 120. Okay. Green charm. Oh, if you click on them, you can see. No, 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 no. How? Okay. Look, I've done restricted accounts where it's, you know, on my honor, right? On my honor, I will not leave my locked chunks. I could just call this a restricted RS3 playthrough that I don't do these goddamn challenges. How far back is that going to set me, though? Is this game has to be assuming that I'm doing this, right? Like, is it going to take me 6 months longer to do the things I want to do because I'm not interfacing with this? I can't eyeball how bad this is just looking at this menu. Yeah, exactly. Plus 50 crying XP. It looks like every shitty battle pass, yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm surprised this is even still a thing. Okay, I'm just not going to claim it, right? As long as I just don't claim it. I haven't ruined my account. my no challenge locked iron account. Go away and never come back. Leave now. I banish thee. Ugh. Ugh. Let's get on to happier things. Let's try to do some Slayer tasks here. I guess never got a Hunter level up either. That's nearby. I guess a lot of skill training doesn't get a dedicated icon in this one. Like there's not there. I don't think there was one for fishing, right? Don't you dare, Chaos. Don't hurt me. You cannot offer me this ring. Rip the Abbey whip. Trying to become base 2 in the skills that I can actually train. That's what's happening here. Ooh. I'm guessing I can't do multiple bird snares at level 1. Or I guess I can look at Hunter and see what it says. 2 traps. Oh, I can do 2 traps. Okay. I don't think she sells any more of them. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Come on, you guys. I just want to get level 2. Alright, I gotta let this go longer, that's right. Oh, that sounds awful, Spiky. What are oddments? Which are used for cosmetics. Okay. So I would still get the daily rewards, which are primarily experience points and, like, skilling resources and shit. That one's not fully reset. Shoot. So the only rewards for the dailies are cosmetics for Ironman? I can ignore it in complete safety? I do like the new little graphic for the bird snare. Y'all, come on. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, to what extent, how many hours it saves, right? Like, if I do a week's worth of dailies, is that the equivalent of an hour of skilling? Is it equivalent of 10 hours of skilling, 100 hours of skilling, right? Yeah, yells at birds and increases his crying level cap. Come on, y'all. I should maybe turn in these strange rocks. I got a bunch of them now. Is there one of those for every skill? Finally caught one. Two different rocks. Are those related to archaeology at all? Hey, all right. No more. Summoning's gonna be Slayer tasks. I think that's all of them, right? I'll come back here for Slayer in a minute. Was it like a one-time thing, or can you get multiple copies of them? It's really weird if you get used to the new soundtrack. A lot of the same songs, it sounds like, just on different instruments. Higher quality sound chip, for lack of a better word. Oh, is he the Questscape guy? That makes sense. Guys at the table. I found a rock. Oh my. Part of Damarok, which sounds like it's like a anagram. Age of Great Power, Second Age. Limited supply of runes back then. Okay, yeah, they're tying into the whole thing about there being a limited supply of energy from the altars. Love to gain knowledge and skill in new disciplines. I want to try to put them back together. What's the worst that could happen? Twin? How do I get its twin? I do have two of one kind of rock. Yeah, that sounds great. Bill. Okay. That's nice. So anytime you get a pair, you get some XP in the skill that the pair came from. Does that scale with your current level? Is that how that works? All right. I need to set an alarm on my phone. I have to end this recording before it goes over 6 hours, or I won't be able to edit it on YouTube. So let me do that now while I'm thinking about it. I got an hour and 40 minutes left, so I'll set an alarm for an hour and 35. Okay, cool. Otherwise, I will get lost in RuneScape. No time has passed for me so far. Get task. 13 birds. Okay. I don't know where shit is in this game. I might use the wiki to look up, like, Slayer task locations. I guess it includes chickens? Probably? I know where there are chickens. So does Slayer tasks generally work the same in this as they do in old school? Am I like, trying to build a streak to get points to buy things from a reward shop? we kill those hunter birds? That would be great. Oh shit, I need a bank. Did they put a more convenient bank here? Yes, they sure did. I love the tool leprechauns. They look like extra silly in this game. Okay. I should go ahead and train ranged. So I'll do that. There is not an auto sort option for the bank, right? I'm eventually gonna have to make all my own tabs and stuff. Oh yeah, placeholders, good call. It's just this guy, or no, it's bank pin. Note withdrawal. It's this guy with the little cake icon. I'll do bank organization at some point. It took me a really long time to finally get around to it in old school. I feel like it's worth doing early because it's easy to organize stuff as you deposit it. It's not so easy to organize a bunch of bullshit 150 hours later. I guess a side advantage of smearing out damage and health and having bigger numbers is that you don't have the problem where you're hitting 0 so often. I'm guessing you're still, like, on average taking the same number of total hits to kill the chicken. But it does legitimately feel pretty bad in RuneScape when you're a new character. And first you have to pass the accuracy roll, and then you can either roll a 0 or a 1. So you still have a 50% chance to effectively miss. I get why they did this. I still really like the simplicity of having the small, like, Paper Mario, Dungeons and Dragons numbers. I kind of want to just, like, shrink the shit out of this menu. Can I make this smaller, or does it have to be this big? It'd be okay to leave it up all the time if I could, like, significantly shrink it. Don't seem to be able to, like, touch the corner. Oh, is it because the UI is locked? No, it wasn't it. Okay, I'll take a look in edit mode here in a second. Can I get ground items in this game, or they do not support that? I guess that the loot menu is kind of the equivalent, that you're near loot, you'll see it. Oh, I see. Oh, it makes sense. It can't just be open. I have a lot of muscle memory for opening it that way, so that's going to take me a while to get used to. Edit layout. Advanced options. Loot. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I don't care. I'm just going to loot all the time. Like, I don't know a situation. It's like they tried to make it look like WoW, but like loot doesn't work like WoW. You have such a tiny bag. They got rid of the free range in the farmer's house, so I can't cook my chickens. Oh, I'm enraged. Wait, is it upstairs maybe? Oh, you bastards. No, this is the farmer house. Farmer in there that I trap in that room to pickpocket, and the chickens are outside. You have to, like, use your chicken on it. It's not a range. Do I need to, like, carry logs with me? Oh, I guess because I always have an axe on me, I can always chop down a tree nearby. I guess that's interesting. I guess I need to make it bigger than that. I do kind of need to see it, don't I? I guess I don't need all these eggs, unless if they added a new use for them. Is there a shift drop option in this? Can't cook my chickens during a home invasion. Make it not that tiny, but tinier. That maybe? Wish I could preview what it looks like. It's probably fine. I have like a mouse key for shift, so I'm used to just holding shift click to drop everything in my inventory, so that's not a thing. Thank you. What, like a copy of the item, you mean? I don't know what you mean when you say you can put one on the action bar. Like an egg? So I'd have to do that for every item in the game, is what you're saying. Okay. Is there not a way for me to see my Slayer task just as like a pop-up somewhere all the time? I think that's a RuneLight plugin, not a native feature. Burthorpe. Okay, we'll check on the next one. None of them dropped charms, I don't think. Turiel, get task. Cows. There's some right here. Perfect. Do you still drop ammo that you have to pick up in this one, or does it just, like, abstract that? You know, do you need an Ava's device? I didn't notice if it was dropping any when I was attacking before. Yeah, I see the arrow on the ground. I guess the area loot's just picking it up. That's the first time area loot seems reasonable. Most mobs drop them. Super cow has appeared. What? Nani? Is this like a superior Slayer monster? Oh, you just get those from the beginning without having to unlock them? That's fun. All the regular cows didn't fuse together. Yeah, right. Got to 92 Slayer, never saw an imbued heart. I mean... Oh, they're still here and they still drop from superiors? He dropped big bones. That's funny that there's not just superiors for specific creatures. Did I get extra Slayer XP for that? I didn't notice. All right. I miss having the timers to tell me how long it is until everything gets despawned. Ground items is definitely one of my favorite plugins. I'm just going to run. It's hard for me to keep track of. Since I can't click the item to pick it up. What's the chance for them to spawn? It dropped 5k gold? I didn't see that. That's huge. Oh wow, that's really lucky. I'm sure getting money as an iron is easier in this game, but it's kind of a pain in the ass early game in old school. This little number here, okay, I see it. Oh, it tells you their weakness. That's a nice touch. Oh, that's pretty nice. So how does prayer training with an altar work in this game? Is there an equivalent to like the wilderness altar that's just accepted that you offer all your bones there? I might start saving them instead of burying them if I can. Is the Ectofunctus generally considered the best one? Yeah, how does the wilderness work here? Like, they briefly did a thing where they disabled PvP, but replaced PvP with NPCs that, like, simulate players and teleblock you and shit and freeze you. So can I just freely do shit in the wilderness with no downside? Yeah, don't have more resources, but the wilderness is going to be my go-to, like, cursed problem in game design. That, like, the fantasy is nice. I get what they're trying to do with it. The whole risk versus reward, predator versus prey. Go in here and get, you know, better XP rates and better loot, but risk that someone might show up and take it from you. Do you want to actually train the skill, or do you want to be the predator? It doesn't work. It's such a cool idea, but just the way that video games work, you cannot make it work, I don't think, in a way that's satisfying. It just is ass. I wish Jagex would stop trying. I get that they keep trying because one of the reasons they made old school in the first place was because people were mad. Oh, that's what's happening. The ground spawn eggs are getting loot vacuumed. Jeez. Okay, well, I guess I can try to pay closer attention to this and pick up the things I actually want. Wait, is there a rapid fire option for this bow? Attack styles are on the bar? Oh, that seems like a weird place. Where do I change to attack off of defensive or whatever? Offhand rubber chicken. It's weird that you can like still right click it even if this menu is open. I hate this loot box. Like the number of times it's useful is not worth the number of times it's a pain versus just clicking on it. Does that just restore old school style looting? You just like click on it to pick it up. Do you know where that option is? I might want to turn it on. Maybe I'll use the loot window eventually. I feel like there's some situations where AoE looting would be nice, but when I'm standing on a bunch of eggs, not so much. Items, loot, okay. Settings. Item drops, loot. So just turn that off and then it is fine. Range level 5. Oh, thank God, that's so much better. So can I still like manually open it so I can see an eyeball of what's in the list, I guess? Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with the list. I just don't like the fact that I can't also click it on the ground. It's very strange. Offhand rubber chicken. So it's just like, what's... Is there anywhere in-game that I can see drop tables, or is that a check the wiki thing? Yeah. The wilderness requires some amount of people answering yes to, do I want to be a dick in order to function as intended? How do you make that feel good conceptually? And, like, I think it kind of comes down to constant pressure, right? Like, most of the time, most people don't want to be a dick, so you can, like, go do stuff in the wilderness and never see another player, right? So it feels extra bad when you happen to actually see a player. Right-click the skull. Oh, talk to Jacqueline? Doesn't want me to talk to Turiel anymore? Oh, I see. Hand rubber chicken. Weird. Yeah, exactly. And like most of the people who kill you, part of what bothers me about the Wilderness Altar in OSRS is it's possible to do it in a way that's almost zero risk, where like max you lose 3 or 4 bones that are in your inventory. So the person who wants to be a predator in that situation is counting on you having made an error, right? That's how they profit, is that you made a legitimate just play mistake and brought more things than you should have. Which makes them feel like more of a dick for exploiting you. All right, wolves. I don't think I know. Where are wolves? Where are the wolves I have to kill in... Go to Barbarian Village. There's some in the Stronghold of Security. I had a pretty significant loss where I was doing a clue scroll in old school RuneScape, and it was a clue scroll that dropped from the Corrupted Gauntlet, and I was on the high risk world for Corrupted Gauntlet, which is, I guess the way it used to work was that it was like you couldn't use protect item or something, but then they changed it so that you're automatically skulled on that world. And I didn't notice that change, and there was nothing like communicated about it while I was on it. And the reason I was on the world is because it had a better ping. Like it was more responsive than other ones, more stable. So anyway, I got the clue scroll and I went to go do a wilderness step, and I brought my blowpipe with me just to make it quick, and got ambushed at the web. And it was just like people were just hoping that someone was going to show up who fucked up like that, right? And it made me sad because it's like, You're just here to exploit someone who made an honest mistake. You're not actually doing the risk-reward thing where someone knowingly came here to fight you on even ground. Oh, these wolves are pretty high level. I can try. Can I fight them through? Can I like safe spot them somewhere maybe? Maybe. Well, that might be too high a level for this to be worth doing. Alright, I'm gonna look up the RuneScape wiki for stuff like this. Is there anything I should add while Googling RuneScape wiki to get the RS3 wiki and not OSRS? Magic might make it easier, yeah. I guess 16 is the lowest I'm gonna get, so coming here actually wasn't a bad idea. RS3, okay. I'm glad they made skull tricking impossible, finally. I can't believe that was a thing for so long. I'm trying to finish this one guy off with ranged. So what's with like the veteran cape and stuff? Is that, does it do anything or is it just a cosmetic? I assume that's for how long you've been playing or subbing or whatever. Okay. So I don't think I fully grokked this when I was doing magic before. Does magic actually use runes if I'm not casting Windstrike? Or you just need to have enough runes to start your abilities chaining? I didn't see Windstrike on the bar at the time. Map. World map. Surface. Grab magic and come back. I see. Deposit, draw, and then, so is the Slayer gem like almost totally vestigial because of this thing? Gotcha. Is the cannon still good in this? I haven't seen anyone out, but I guess I haven't seen a lot of players. What's the player count for this game? Is like 15% of old school? Or maybe everybody playing is like playing on an old veteran account, or a bunch of people making like new Ironman or snowflakes or whatever. Is it easier to maintain cannonballs in this? So So where is it setting the spell? Is it just automatically doing that somehow? They're only like a few levels lower. They're 16 instead of 23. That's more like it. Right, let me watch these air runes. Now it used it, okay. So just like air rune gets used at once it's burned through all the other abilities, I guess. So I've set this as my active spell. Okay. Oh, I don't like that that does splash damage. I'm okay, it looks like, but I guess I could take it off my bar, right? But if I take it off my bar, does that mean that I'll do less damage per air rune? You know, I didn't notice this before, but does this game have XP drops? Like the little number that drops down the screen? Or do you not get XP for combat until you kill a thing? Oh, weird. I really like it per damage. I thought that was a really cool choice. So if you change styles mid-fight, it just remembers what different styles you use and gives you XP on all of them? Alright, this is slow enough that it might be worth going to White Wolf Peak. I don't know, can I get to White Wolf Peak though? I can get to the base. How is it any different? They give you XP based on the monster? How does that work? Like, so if you hit it for 40% with one attack style, 30% with another, and 30% with another, it just has like an XP value that it has behind the scenes and then gives you XP divided 30 or 40, 30, 30. This might get easier once I actually get some magic levels here. Which I would have gotten several levels throughout the kill now. Level up. I guess area loot is helpful here because I don't actually cross over to get it. It may have actually been slower. I guess it doesn't actually let me loot it, does it? Okay. Yeah, I assume it's based on HP. Like Slayer XP in OSRS is based on HP, but then certain difficult monsters like Metal Dragons give you a slight multiplier at the end of that. I think I just need to not be magic level 2. We go try to train it on something else here. HP times a multiplier. Okay. So same as rock crabs. How does it calculate combat difficulty? I don't think I have a fire spell yet, right? That doesn't project the level, does it? It says they're weak to water. Oh, in the bottom corner. I think I'll get some water runes after this. Maybe I can rune craft some. Oh, does it tell you the weakness while you're attacking them? Yeah, I'd also expect a wolf to be weak to fire by convention. I didn't realize that that's what that was. Elemental weakness is neat. That's a change. Alright, I'm just gonna nuke some of these goblins really quick to try to get a few more levels here. Or get enough for Fire Strike. Make it cold in the mountain. Small plated bronze salvage, huh? What's that for? I don't think I've seen that drop before. Is it something I can like feed into smithing or something? Goblinite. Oh, really? Stuff doesn't drop equipment anymore? Interesting. Oh, hey. Staff of Air. That's literally just infinite airstrike now. Because it doesn't consume mind runes anymore. Can I still get staves from Zaf's shop in Varrock? So I guess I can go buy a water staff. And I got money for it thanks to the super cow. Air staff from goblins, it seems like a really good drop. What's the range on the AoE loot? It looks like you can't pick it up like 3 or more tiles away. So anytime I previously would have gotten like a bronze square shield or something, I could salvage instead. There we go. Oh, it's defense. Never mind. I keep getting defense with everybody. You said there's supposed to be like a gear for what I'm... This can't be this menu, right? That doesn't look right. To change my attack style, I mean. Magic 5, okay. It is? Oh god, that's so disgusting. I keep pulling it up and then not wanting to look at it, because it's like there's no way that can be right. Continued use of air rush is not recommended. Combat XP. Ew. Okay, so it just tries to split it. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense. That's weird. So it's like they got rid of attack styles but kept XP splitting and then made it a weird check mark in a menu. Huh. Y'all kept saying it was an option, so I just literally didn't believe you. Like, there's no way. They're misspeaking. Talking about some other option. Okay, Zaf, buddy, fella, give me a water staff. And then I'll also go ahead and get the other staffs for later. Hopefully will help. No, the reason I'm doing Slayer training is to try to get stuff for summoning. Is like, I just haven't gotten lucky with Slayer tasks, or the enemies I've been fighting don't drop the talismans I need. I think I've seen one. Goblins are level 11 instead of 5. Interesting. Oh, okay, so it only is free, I understand. Still have the whole requiring air runes for higher level spells thing. Are combo staves tricky to get? Remember when I was first playing old school, I encountered the concept of combo spells, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. Oh yeah, this combo staff is really easy to get. You just go fight this like trivial monster. I'm like, oh, the most interesting one is fire and air. Oh, it's 91 Slayer to get that. Okay. I guess it might make sense to make some more air runes here, but I have to get more essence, which is annoying. How does Runespan still produce runes in some way? Is that one of the things you can spend your points on? It seems like that's a bad usage of points. All right, let's see how this goes on the wolves. AFK for no product. Okay. I would take that trade-off till end of days. Don't have to train runecraft. I guess I gotta get that armor set, the Wicked set or whatever. It is better, but it might just be because I'm level 5 magic now. really don't think I have any other better options here. I guess other than to go continue fighting the goblins to level up my magic a little bit further so these die faster. Wait until I get Fire Strike, which is 13 magic. It seems like magic is less useful because teleports don't matter, right? So it's mostly just DPS now instead of a bunch of... Oh, did they get rid of high-level alchemy as well? Huh. Oh, wait, no. Skilling. Okay, analyze, disassemble, fixate. Chant. I really don't like getting XP on monster death. I feel like they did that because that makes it more like other MMOs. It's not like a deal breaker or anything, but I think it especially harms the early game where you're usually depending on getting level ups like mid-fight. Or life points. Oh, they kept the teleports? They just take you to a slightly different spot? Okay. So did they like try to intentionally put the lodestones somewhere not great? Let's see. That's more interesting. I thought they just completely ditched magic teleports in favor of lodestones. Goblins are conducting a raid at the Lumbridge Swamp copper mine. What does that mean? Does that mean Ironman can't do it? Sick. Sonic Wave. Oh, it's one of these things. Huh. I guess whatever that does makes me get a higher hit chance over time. So maybe that'll help with the silly wolves that are taking forever to kill. I have enough money, I can probably just buy some Rune packs once I get to 13. I'm just doing this until 13 as my current objective. Well, I might be able to switch to Earth Strike now. And then use this Staff of Earth. So if accuracy is not an issue, I don't need to worry about enemy weakness since it doesn't affect damage dealt. Burying Bones does disrupt combat. Oh, spells in the same tier do the same damage? Okay. That's a change then, I think, right? At least I was pretty sure that, in old school, like, Fire Strike did. Like, it had like an 8 max hit, which was crazy for the level at which you get it compared to your max hit on ranged and strength at comparable levels. Imp Wand and Book. Okay. Are there other, like, timed, limited time events like that that are accessible to irons that are worth it, just so I can prepare for them? Makes sense. They're effectively free. Yeah, I kind of like the trade-off in old school that, like, you know, you could only spend mind or chaos runes or whatever, but the trade-off is that you're doing less damage, right? You're saving money, but doing less damage. So it's weird to make them all do the same. I guess they did that so that elemental weakness could be a thing, otherwise elemental weakness doesn't work. But, like, is elemental weakness necessary? Like, I don't know, I feel like it actually gives the different elements less identity if it's just a thing you trivially swap between. Gothic's caches. Identity and combat haven't gone overly well together. Yeah, I guess, like I said, I mixed bag with EOC. It's not a deal breaker for me. In fact, I'm curious about how it's going to matter later on. But it does definitely feel like, you know, you're building your house on a foundation of sand, that it wasn't built from the ground up to work like this, and like some things are strange as a result. Kind of have that iteration sickness feeling to them. Right on. Is there a way to get the, like, icon for the XP that you're gaining next to the XP drop? I guess they assume you don't need that. One more level and then I'll go get some more runes. Yeah, I guess it means you need to carry your... You'll have one of each staff. Goblins probably aren't the best thing for me to kill that's not a Slayer task. I wonder, I assume that this weakness thing here is more trustworthy than the one for Slayer tasks. Because this is like abstracted by one step. And this is literally the unit itself. Because yeah, I would have expected fire as well for wolves. There we go. Let's get out of here. Combat 15. Ironman can't participate in it. Okay. The Gothic's one you can. Oh, let's just warp there. Trivially warp everywhere. You have to remember. shit. I don't think I canceled it. Let's see. Sup. So does it tell me where the Gothic thing's gonna be? Oh my god, this game doesn't have I don't like the do these regenerate? Oh no. Okay. Just don't think about it, it's fine. They don't have packs here? That's an old school thing? Rune packs? I might head over after I do this task. I might check out the Wildy altar and bury all my regular bones there. Alright, keep the staff. Is that just because it's easier to acquire boatloads of runes in this one or something? I guess runes also seem more expensive than I was expecting. How did those free runes work? Like, is that like once an hour, like the challenges were earlier? Fish flingers. Okay. Oh, okay. No. Hide. Alright, hopefully this goes better now. I got a whole bunch of new abilities, which I think are all on my bar. I should look at what these do. This is going much better. Slayer 5. So you're saying eventually, eventually enemies will start pathing and actually attack me in situations like this? Yeah, I think the plan here is to finish this Slayer task, go check out the wilderness. That is not intentional. Do I have to like extend the length of this thing, or is that only... This is the 3-second one. I don't know why it always puts the 3-second one furthest to the left. That seems like the opposite of what you should want it to do by default, right? And it seems like it resets that whenever I change attack styles. Yeah, I'm only doing it here because they're such high level. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothering. So do I have to do something to like save my bar so the next time I swap attack styles, it doesn't reorder them again? It was a wand previously. I had it change my melee bar. For some reason, the basic attack ended up all the way on the left. I see. Oh, really? I don't like that. Yeah, I had no idea that that wasn't happening. Thank you. Good looking out. Appreciate it. I guess I was occasionally glancing at the bar and just wasn't noticing any abilities not activating because I was like, oh, I must not have enough threshold. Right now, I'm just trying to play the game like old school. As I get used to it, at some point I'll sit down and pause and read all these descriptions and go get a net deck of the appropriate order in which to order the abilities, because that's what happens when you have action bars, but, you know, video games. This is, like, profoundly funny to me. I'm sure that there's going to be some situations where, like, the action bar and the specific abilities are going to matter, but, like, the way it currently works, it's like if, you know, people were making fun of Elon Musk for, like, getting rid of features on Twitter and then, like, independently realizing why those features were there and reinstating them. That kind of what it feels like to, like, get rid of action bars, or no, to institute action bars to be like other MMOs and then, like, iterate back towards just clicking things again is what it feels like. But like I said, I'm sure there's content later on where you don't just put it on Revolution and fire and forget, like it's just old school anyway. It seems like they went to, like, enormous lengths to try to get the math right so that it felt similar for EOC, right? Go plus plus. Yeah, exactly. It's not a, like, horrible criticism. It's certainly not a deal breaker. I'm just amused that they're like, oh, we should turn on this revolution thing, and it's like, you realize that you're iterating yourself back to what it used to be, right? You're, like, calling into question why you did it in the first place. Yeah, that's it. That's really interesting. It's really interesting. I encounter this a lot in video games, and especially with live service games that are, like, being iterated upon constantly, right? Where they're, like, iterating up against a decision that seems like it's obvious, but they don't, like, quite cross the line. I was like, oh, we'll just turn on Revolution then. And it's like, you know, if you turn on Revolution, it's you basically shouldn't have done this then. I guess their mea culpa was old school. I shouldn't have to like overstate this, but I'm not like saying this is extremely bad or embarrassing or that I hate it or I don't ever want to play it again. It's just, it's very interesting to me to think about how people with very good intentions set out to do something that they think is going to be cool, and then they have to walk it back, and in the process of walking it back, you get something that's so different from the original intended design that it like questions why it's even there at all. Yeah, I'm excited for bossing. That's part of what I'm looking forward to here, to see like, okay, how do all these actions change once the game is actually building around the assumption that you have these special abilities, right? That's why I said at the beginning is that I'm excited to see how that affects the encounter design space. Okay, so I guess I'll go see what my next Slayer task is, but I want to check out the wilderness next. Try to maybe train prayer at the wilderness altar. I haven't tried the legacy mode yet, right? That just, it's apparently slightly worse damage. That's why I didn't turn it on. It's cool that it's there, I guess. There's still a boneyard up there. That would be cool. Crawling hands. Those, I only know of those in Mauritania. Are they somewhere else? There's a wilderness lodestone. That's interesting. Okay, cool. Thanks. Oh, I thought I deposited all my shit. Hold on. Cast altar is optimal in old school. They put some hands in the Burthorpe cave. Okay. Highway to the danger zone. To the wilderness by any means. Well, they made it look pretty spooky. RNG spawns. Oh boy. That probably makes region locked and region locked accounts in this game interesting. Yeah, it's where it's the same spot. It's where it is in old school. I guess there's this number of trees is correct for the old school wilderness. Oh, so where can I train with bones? Is there somewhere I can train with bones here? This guy? Let's just say altar. Excuse me, grizzly bear, leave me alone. Oh, hey, I finally ran out of run energy. Is this altar covered with Elder Chaos Druids? Because I do not have Protect from Magic to not, like, instantly die. So is there no, like, prayer training option in the wilderness, then? Oh, that's really fast. Nice. That's only OSRS? Okay. Not as good as the old school one, though. It's not like, you know, a huge bonus and a 50% chance to save. Offer. Oh, there's a right-click offer button. I was about to pray. Sick. I need that shift left-click thing, man. Is that, like, significantly slower than just clicking them? Oh, this is way slower. You can do it as fast as you can click in old school. So I think that's quadruple XP, but it doesn't save any bones. So protection prayers are not guaranteed invincibility in this one, is that right? Half damage. I remember being really blown away by that in old school. They're like, wow, they actually give you effectively invulnerability, and then they like design around the assumption that you're gonna have invulnerability. Can't believe there's all these bone spawns in here. Assuming there aren't any like big bones at the boneyard, kind of nullifies the need for a boneyard. See, the existence of this is a little worrisome. I mean, you wouldn't do it with regular bones for long. Eventually you want to use dragon bones or whatever. But like it definitely calls into the question why you would ever bury regular bones or even pick them up in normal PVM when this is an option, right? Oh, really? Just walking around and picking up the bones on the floor is the third fastest way to train prayer? Incredible. I guess you hop once you run out of spawns, or you run up to the boneyard. Yeah, so how does that work exactly? Did they completely change all of that? Like, you get sculled for attacking people, but you have to opt into PvP? I remember, I know Abyss, that makes sense. Big bones are pretty effective, if I could hop to get enough of them. Prayer's already like my second highest skill. That's insane. This is like the Ironman speedrun strats. So while I'm doing this, y'all mentioned that there's some kind of like mechanic where you get extra XP from divination if other players are there. Does that apply to Ironman or what? Mystic Will. Rapid Restore. All stats except Summoning and Prayer. Interesting. Oh wait, no, that's the same. Yeah, okay. I thought that replaced Rapid Heal, and like, you just had both in one prayer. Oh, okay, so it just gave you more AFK if there were multiple people there? Right, that makes sense. The respawn rate on this is just slow enough that you don't quite get them back by the time you finish offering. Protect item, which is pointless in RS3? Does it do anything? I guess it affects you if you're a hardcore Iron Man, right? Protect from summoning. I guess maybe there's certain bosses that do that. 37, 40, 43 still, right? Okay. That's interesting. The prayers are almost all the same. If not actually all the same. But this game has like multiple prayer books, right? Like that's where they got the idea for the ruinous powers and Desert Treasure 2 that they're adding. To figure what's more efficient. Like eventually the amount of XP I get per regular bone isn't going to be worth picking up all the ones on the floor here, but this is still like pretty effective compared to how much XP I was able to get per hour. Is there any kind of tool in this game to see my XP per hour while I'm training? It kind of just helps me to eyeball the relative value of different things. Costs money? What else do you pay for? Is it just that? That doesn't seem worth paying for. I'm gonna see if there's anywhere else I want to check out here. Soul Wars, level gated. You can't perma-buy it? It'd be okay to perma-buy it if it was like, you know, $5, kick some money to the devs of this poor game. I still want to try to train summoning a bit. I think everything else, except for Herblore. Herblore, though, I still kind of have to find or plant herbs, right? I assume. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's probably better than the dagger I've been using. I'm gonna have to sort my bank. Some of the icons have changed slightly, and it's like driving me nuts. Where's that offhand mace that I had? Oh, it's because I didn't have placeholders on. That's why. There's no way for me to quickly compare my current equipment versus a new piece of gear, is there? Manage your auras. I can't like hover over something and see if it's better. I have to like look at these. 110. Oh, this is a mining axe? What the fuck? Guess I should just do this with mage, since I know what I'm doing there, and I have gear for it. Okay. And they're supposed to be in a cave, the crawling hands. There's a cave by the Lady of the Lake. So not the Taverley dungeon, but there's another one there. Or is it the Taverley dungeon specifically? Oh, the lake that's like over here. Burthorpe Underground. Okay, I see. Thanks. I see. This is kind of like a little Slayer cave. Cave bugs here. Lumbridge Swamp Cave. Crawling hands. Here we go. Thanks. And they're weak against fire. Perfect. Much easier than those wolves. So, the magic prayers still only affect magic attack, not magic damage? Yeah, I guess except for wolves. Does Turiel not give any points at all? I'm wondering if it's the same as OSRS, where I can build streak. Oh hey, I'm getting charms, finally. That's nice. Like, I can get up to 9 streak and then switch to a better Slayer Master at 10. Okay. And it'll recap my progress on that once I finish the task. It seems like some things like superior Slayer monsters are automatically included. Can anything have a superior? There's just like, if they don't have a dedicated one, it's just a large version of it called Super X. Yeah, Turiel doesn't give Slayer points in Old School either, but you can use Turiel to get a task streak running. Is that not the case here? Now we're getting charms. Now we're slaving. Oh, that's weird that they changed that. Alright, I'll swap off him after this. Okay, I have some charms now. That might be able to get me to level 2. So, same Slayer Masters I'm familiar with is Vanaka one. Is it based on combat level? What's a Slayer Master that can get me points that I qualify for with 18 combat? Anybody? It's a level 1 in Lumbridge that gives points. Okay, cool. Thanks. Crawling Hand. I just got Cave Bug. Masters. Lumbridge. 30 combat for Vanaka. Okay. Where is Jacqueline? Alright, so I have to go to somebody to buy summoning shards. That's here in Burthorpe somewhere? I thought I did it here last time. No idea where it was. And I need... Do I always need bones as well, or is it just the charms and the shards? Southeast Taverley building. Oh, okay, there's a different... So it's like herb lore, there's different secondaries for different things. Do familiars reduce the XP I get from combat? Or like... I guess if they don't, then that might... Maybe summoning is hard to do without changing the way XP works, but... This guy... Charm, wolf bones. Okay, so like 25 GP. Spirit shard pack for 125k. Rude. Alright, so you gotta go... Oh man, they showed me how to do it. I think you might tell me again if I talk to him.
If you want to know how to bring forth...
Tell me about summoning.
You need to create. There is another world.
Yeah.
By combining rare...
Not helpful. Wait, so there's another menu I have to go in to do this, right? Oh, I have to do the obelisk? Okay. Oh, I burn a pouch every time, too? Oh, no. Wow, that's so expensive. I guess the pouch is 1 GP each. Okay. Weird. That's a weird training method. Wait, I did something on accident. What's up with the wolf scroll howl? Makes NPCs flee. Is this like the game's biggest GP sink right now? That like a normal account would want to do? I haven't even gotten a single summoning level. It feels like I'm missing something. Really, construction's still more expensive? Construction's pretty nasty and old school, but it's not that bad. That's crazy. I didn't even get a single level up from that. Is there some other source of XP that I'm just like completely missing for summoning? Or is that the way you train it? Wait, would I make a different item if I used different charms? Did I even get any XP for making these wolf scrolls? Oh, there's Jacqueline. Get task. Oh, oh god damn it, I thought I finished it. Maybe not. The summoning quest gives you a bunch of XP. I'll probably do quests once I start playing this off stream. I'm coming close on my time limit here to make sure I get it under 6 hours for YouTube, so I might try to finish this up, see what my next task is, and then wrap. But I am probably going to play this. I'll do this in between Bonfire Man episodes. So if you want to see me do this off stream, cool. I guess I probably don't need to say this, but like with YouTube comments, feel free to be a little bit more, you know, recommend loops and stuff, because if you've already watched me do the thing and you're seeing me do it probably multiple weeks or months in the past. Oh, it's because I didn't have the resources. Shit. Can I not physically, like, do a melee attack if I don't have runes on me? Oh, God. I just want to punch it to death. Unequip the staff. You can't beat it with the staff anymore? Sorry, what I was going to say was I'm probably okay with people giving me tips and hints and things that I should check out on YouTube comments on future videos, because by the time the video gets uploaded, I'll probably be multiple weeks or months ahead of the video. So it'll be useful after the fact. Maybe I'll find out something I didn't know about. Oh, do you get like literally no actions? I thought it said 0. I thought I saw a task complete and everything. Video games. Oh, you have to change action bars with the staff? I could try it real quick. These guys are like super weak. How do you do that? This? Oh, it doesn't seem to want to work. Unless if there's like a setting for it. That's funny. It's like approaching, what's the famous, I think it's Diablo 3, where like your weapon doesn't do anything. There are virtually no attacks for many of the classes where you ever use your weapon. It's just a stat stick. All right. probably keep an air staff on me when I'm doing stuff like this. Makes sense. So you're saying if I change to Legacy, does like when you're in Legacy, does it like change everything back to Legacy? It uses the same old math and everything? I imagine it can't change the way hit points work, right? Hmm. This is where I'm grateful for the increased run energy, because in OSRS, I would have wasted so much run from having to run back like that. Call that Forgetscape. Very common mistake to make. Forgetscape seems less punishing in this one. Okay. Get task. Oh, well, right on. Okay, I've got like 8 minutes left in the VOD, so I should probably wrap up here. My closing thoughts for the stream. Thanks everyone for joining for this. Thanks for helping me and guiding me. This has been really fun. I like this game. It's good. There's a couple things that I find a little objectionable here and there. Most of them aren't even really worth mentioning here. I think the thing I dislike the most is this guy, and it sounds like I'm just gonna pretend like it's not real. Just gonna call ourselves a no challenge locked restricted Ironman or something, and not look at that ever again. So I will be doing YouTube videos in the future. I probably won't get the first one published for another weekend or two. So this will be the only one to go on for now. I think the main comment I have is that I think people hating this game have legitimate concerns and legitimate complaints, and we're probably especially mad about it when it happened and Old School didn't exist as a separate product. It just happened to the game that they loved and were playing, and it changed wildly in front of them. I can see why people were mad. But as someone who didn't live through that and doesn't have negative emotional feelings and nostalgia from a time before, right, I think that this game is fine and even very good. If to me Old School RuneScape is like a solid A or an A+, this game is definitely an A- or a B+. And I think it's probably been the victim of that Dark Souls 2 effect, where it became a meme to stop thinking in people's heads that RS3 is trash, RS3 is bad. And it's like, well, no, like we could talk with nuance about the things we don't like about it, but like it's much easier to just say RS3 is trash, because that, you know, positions you on a team and can get people to agree with you more quickly than saying, I don't like this mechanic very much. I don't think I would be saying any of those things if Ironman wasn't a thing. If I had to deal with whatever the fuck that won this thing, no. If I had to look at MTX or the wheel or worry about double XP weekends or any of that stuff, I would say that I'm not touching this game with a million-foot pole. But the fact that Iron Man lets me opt out of that is really, really nice. I look forward to playing more of it in between Bonfire Man episodes. Thanks everybody for joining. This was a great time.